That's fine. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, okay. Turn that light off. Turn down your light off, okay? For what? You're gonna be seeing it later.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. It's Friday night. Welcome back to Paranormal Fridays, folks. It's great to be here, guys. We're going to kick tonight off with something called the Bridgewater Triangle. I'm going to be jumping into this tonight and talking about some of the basics of it, but later on down the road, we're going to come back and revisit this. One of our awesome family members here is going to be doing a deep dive on this, pulling out all the details. So I want to give you guys the gist of it first. There's some creepy things going on in this place, guys. So thank you for joining me tonight as we jump into the Bridgewater Triangle. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Ooh. Hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you all so very much for joining me tonight. I appreciate you so very much for being here on Paranormal Friday. Um, and again, tonight, guys, we're gonna be looking into the Bridgewater Triangle. And like I said, we're just gonna be getting into the surface of it, guys. Um, as I said, one of our uh, awesome community members here, Miss Andy's going to be doing a dive on this so that I can bring it all to you guys on another Friday night when we do this stuff. So it's just going to get better. So I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of the little taste of it, a little tease of it, and then we'll go from there. It's pretty interesting stuff, though. So thank you for joining us on this Friday night. I appreciate you very, very much. Hope you're all having a great day and an even better night. So great to be here with you guys. I saw you guys over there. A lot of you guys over with Cluminati's channel. Thank you guys for supporting that channel and what has been going on with Sebastian's case. Again, guys, Sebastian Strong, 100%. Sebastian's Army. We got to bring that awesome young man home. So never forget that stuff, guys. I'm gonna ridiculously rub it in as much as I can. And I appreciate all of the prayers and all the hard work at trying to help to bring him home. You guys are awesome for that. Better be careful. Looks like I got some people trying to break in back there, trying to get to us, guys. So we better I hope we're safe over here. You never know what can happen on Paranormal Fridays. Oh, such a dork I am. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Grab your coffee, tea. It's Friday night. Grab whatever you got to grab. You know, beer and liquor, whatever it is. Get yourself into a comfortable spot as we talk about this creepy stuff tonight because it's quite interesting. I'll tell you that much. Take a little break from the true crime stuff because we all know how rough it can be to do that 5 and 6 days a week. So we'll see if we can break away for a little bit. One moment, everybody. All right, all right, all right. Let's see who we got joining us tonight. Let's see here. It looks like Miss Kimber's in the house. Always, always, always good to see you. Virginia Wolf, my friend. Welcome back, brother. Good to have you here. Brandy B, always here. No doubt in my mind. Thank you for being here, Brandy. DS, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much. Let's see. There's my Doodlebug in the house. Thank you for joining us tonight, Doodle. I appreciate you very much. Great to see you. Evie Marie, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Great Pearl, welcome back. Good to see you tonight as well. Josie West, same to you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Butterflies. 71's in the house. Welcome back to you. Great to have you. Great to see you tonight. Let me see. Looks like Tina B. Welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight as well. Robert Bell, always a pleasure, my friend. Curious Chick, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Robert Bell's in the house. Good to have you here, Robert. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Let's see. Chemistry Queen, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Spooky Paws, this is right down your alley. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you again. Miss Victoria, always happy to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us tonight. Such a pleasure. Lisa Vallejo, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us tonight. Carrito MVP, welcome back to you. Debbie Clark, great to see you tonight as well. Let's see here. Sammy Reeser, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. Miss Jacqueline Keeley, good to have you here. Good to see you. Gerald Moreno, thank you for joining us. Let's see here. Miss Bonnie, welcome back. Always a pleasure to see you, Bonnie. Thank you for joining me. tonight for this. I appreciate it very much. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. We got 33 peeps in here, guys. Please hit that like button on your way through the door. If you will, I'd appreciate it very much because that's what YouTube. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Andy Rose in the house. There she is. Good to see you, Andy. Thank you for joining us tonight. Andy Ruler, hola to you. Neil Homestead, welcome, my friend. Good to see you tonight. All right, let me see. Let me see. Cindy Kerp, hey, hey. Welcome back to you. Good to see you tonight. Tell Al I said, hey, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Let me see here. Make sure I'm not missing anybody. Oh, there's Cluminati's in the house. Good to see you tonight, Clue. Thank you for joining us. Butterfly. Oh, I saw you already. Welcome, welcome, welcome again. Thank you for joining us. Let's see here. Hello, Miss Heather. Thank you for joining us tonight. Great to see you tonight. Welcome, welcome. Let me see. Welcome back, Cat Lady. Great to have you here tonight. Always a pleasure. Let's see. Welcome, Carl. Good to see you tonight. I think I caught everybody now. I think. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. I think, where is Molly? This is 2 weeks in a row. Molly's not here for this, and this is her thing. She's one of the ones that wanted to do this. Better get your butt in here, Molly. Let's see here. Let me see. Let me see. Where are we at, guys? Let's see. All righty. I think I got just about everybody here. All right. Is she here now? There she is. Good golly, Miss Molly's finally here. I thought you were going to miss another paranormal night, Molly. I got an email, huh? Oh, Lord. Now what? Now what? Had to get changed. I can only imagine what this is. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, good Lord, Molly. Yes, she did have to get changed. That's interesting. Here we go. Got to get ready for tonight. All right. Told you guys she was a cat. All right. Thank you, Molly. Very cute, as always. Mark W., welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you tonight. Great to see the new faces in here. Got my snack. I'm eating my Dodge drinking. Hey, Pepsi Zero is the good stuff. I love it. Good stuff, Evie. Good stuff. Let's see who else we got in here. Andy. So, Andy, I saw your comment, butthead. So, anyway, like I said, we're just gonna scratch the surface on this tonight. There's so much to it, you guys. There's so much to it. There really is. Basically gonna give you guys the heads up on the Bridgewater Triangle, and then later on, we're gonna come back into this and delve deeper because Miss Andy is gonna be doing a deep dive on this and getting it all out there for us. So it's going to be a two-part. This is part one of the Bridgewater Triangle. So for those of you that aren't familiar, if you would like to give me, since this is Miss Andy's baby here, she helped me to get this, but gave me the idea to do this and all that. So can you give us a little, um, well, let's put it this way. Give me a little insight as to why you wanted me to do this one. The blob. We can talk about the blob if you want to. Whatever you want to do, Miss Molly. Let's see here. Oh, hold on a minute here. All right, let's see. North Carolina Mountain Man's in the house. Check this out. 6 months. My brother's been here for 6 months, and I appreciate you so very much, my friend, and I thank you for that. We appreciate you being part of this community and this family so very much, and I hope you stick around for a long, long time, my friend. Thank you for that. Oh, you leaving, buddy? Be a good boy, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. No, the doodle don't like the black-eyed children. We covered that months ago, and she just didn't like it. Check it out. Miss Evie Marie's going on her 11th month, guys. You're almost a year. Almost a year. That's so very awesome, Evie. Thank you so very much. Hardly ever hear a word from her, but she's always here. Always here. We appreciate you, Evie, very, very much. Thank you so much for being part of this community and this family once again. That's so awesome. 11 months. That's great. Miss Sherry's in the house. Welcome, Wisdom Speaks. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much. Are you serious, Molly? Of all people, you like that, huh? You guys know I like my little aesthetic effects, so pretty cool, huh? Again, Evie and Mountain Man guys, I'm just over ecstatic that you guys have been here with us for so long, and we really appreciate you so very much. I got you, Evie. I understand completely. Allison White, welcome back tonight. Great to see you tonight. We got 45 peeps in here, 35 likes. We need 10 more to match that up, guys. If we can, please, let's do that. Let's say Doodle's saying, let's grab the life by the meatballs. Become a member of the True Crime Cafe. Absolutely. We can always make room for more meatballs in the sauce, guys. Gotta have it. Gotta have it. That's true, Molly. It's true. It's a good thing you're not stuck on the ceiling. That's always a good thing. Steady Curve, 4 months in the cafe with the rest of us. That's very awesome. We appreciate you. Wishing all a fantabulous weekend. I hope you guys have an awesome weekend as well. You and Big Al there. That is a big dude. Every time I look at these pictures, look at that picture, guys. He's huge. He's a monster. Big Ohio, and we got him here in Ohio, so Ohio's locked down. As long as we got Al, we're good to go. I'm happy with it. Miss Vicky Harrison, welcome. Good to have you. I did sleep. A little here and there. All right. Come on in, everybody. Like I said, we're gonna be talking about the Bridgewater Triangle. I don't know. Again, if I missed it. Hold on here. Let's see. So, what was the reasoning? Why did you want to? Why did you want to cover this, Andy? What was the? Why did you bring this up? I should say. So I saw the tornadoes were going crazy. Oklahoma and areas like that. I was like, good Lord. I was following one of the storm chasers and he was watching this thing. It was huge. You don't know. I know why, Andy, because it's crazy interesting and creepy as hell, folks. There's some weird shit going on in this triangle thing. It's based on the theory behind the boo. Let's try that again. Yeah, okay then. The Bermuda Triangle, and the way it's set up in this Bridgewater area, it's triangulated. So in this area of this triangle, these crazy things happen. Puck wudgies. Okay then. I'm gonna give you a backstory, Gray. Just buckle in your seat for it. We're definitely gonna be getting that. Do. Yes, exactly. Sorry, guys. Welcome, Kaylee. I'm trying to give everybody a few minutes to jump in here so we have enough people in here. I don't have to go back and start it again. Welcome, Kay and Groot. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. I would never leave you hanging like that, Gray. Got to have a backstory. It wouldn't make any sense then, would it? Oh, that's right. Allison asked about it last week. So there we go. And Allison is another very active paranormal force in this community. Great to have you here. You and Andy and Molly are my three paranormal witnesses, as I'll call you. Because you guys love it as much as I do. Is Brandy worrying about tornadoes too? I actually have, Cat Lady. It's pretty crazy, isn't it? Pretty crazy. Brandy, are you in danger of tornadoes too tonight, hon? Anybody that lives in these areas, please be careful, be safe. That's all I'm asking. If you need to go somewhere, you need to go somewhere. Where is Brandy at? Yeah, Brandy, if you need to go, go. Yeah, don't even worry about being here, hon. If you need to get out of here, please go. Get Matthew and get out where you gotta go, hon. Please. I didn't either, Gray, until Andy had mentioned this to me. I think it was last week, and I started looking into it. I watched a documentary, and I was like, wow. Pretty cool stuff. So, looks like the gang's here. All my mods, thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate you guys very much. Once again, I couldn't, and shouldn't ever try to do this without you because you guys are the best on the block, and I appreciate you very much. Yes, Brandy, stay safe, please. I will try to be with them. Yes, they go. We are. My daughter Libby's co-watching of this weekend. Okay. Please be safe then. Don't worry about anything in here, hon. If you gotta go, bolt. Like, seriously, go. Haven't heard of it either. Bermuda Triangle, yes. I hadn't either, Butterfly, and it was pretty interesting. Bad part are in Iowa. Well, I was watching Mr. McKinney, and he was literally chasing one, and it was all big. There was two of them, actually, but the one big one was huge. TC's in the house. Welcome. Good to have you back. Thank you for joining us tonight. Puck wedgies are deceiving. Cool. All right, guys. We got 45 peeps here, 40 likes. We're almost caught up. We need to get this up and out there, guys. So hit that like button. Share it out to anybody else you think would be interested in this tonight, please. Let's do something with this thing. Let's see what we got going on here. And don't let them people behind me trying to get in that window back there. Don't let them scare you. They won't hurt you. I'll protect you all. I will protect you all. They won't get you, I promise. It was too funny. No, I understand, Brandy. I understand. Okay, 1 second here. I did. I did feed them butterfly. They should be okay for a little while. Well, we had a stray cat back here that was fighting with my cat, so I just gave them the cat. They should be okay for a couple hours, long enough for us to get through this. Oh yeah, she comes in here, cat lady. Her and her husband CJ. That's awesome. Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate it very much. She's in our Discord too, cat lady. They both are. It's awesome to hear. I love hearing good things about me. I always like to hear good stuff. The pizza got canceled because they were too busy. Now I'm getting ribs. Well, I think I would take the ribs over the pizza anyway, chemistry. Definitely, do you? Oh, I will be safe there, Miss Butterfly. I promise. They won't get me. I got my killer dogs to protect me anyway. And if need be, I got a machete and a knife and a couple other pew-pews next to me, so it's no big deal. So, let me give you guys a little verbiage here. Okay. So the Bridgewater Triangle, you guys, is an area of about 200 square miles, 520 kilometers, whatever you want to call it. It's within southeastern Massachusetts in the United States. It's claimed to be the site of alleged paranormal phenomena ranging from UFOs to poltergeists and other spectral phenomena. Various Bigfoot-like sightings, giant snakes, they said the size of stovepipes, folks, like this, okay? Thunderbirds, and other like cryptid type things like that have been seen over the years for years and years by lots of people. Pretty crazy. The term was coined by New England-based cryptologists. They're saying that specific boundaries of the Bridgewater Triangle were first described by cryptologist Lauren Coleman, who coined the term in the 1970s, and later in his book, Mysterious America. So, the Freetown Fall River State Forest has reportedly been the site of various cult activity, including animal sacrifice, ritualistic murders committed by admitted Satanists, as well as a number of gangland murders and a number of suicides. So, the Freetown Fall River State Forest has basically just got a black cloud hanging over it, folks, and it's right in this triangle. Okay, Profile Rock, the supposed site of where Wampanoag historical figure Anawan received the lost wampum belt from Philip. Legend has it that the ghost of a man can be seen sitting on the rock with his legs crossed or with outstretched arms, located within the Freetown Fall River State Forest. Pretty wild. There's also Solitude Stone. It's an inscribed stone located near Forest Street in West Bridgewater, which was found near a missing person's body, also known as Suicide Stone. Excuse me. The rock was found with the inscription, "All ye who in future days walk by Nunkatesset stream, love not him who hummed his lay cheerful to the parting beam, but the beauty that he wooed." And then, of course, Bridgewater State University. Several buildings and rooms on campuses are alleged to be haunted by ghosts and other paranormal phenomena. Taunton State Hospital. Some visitors have claimed that they had strange paranormal experiences in the hospital, including being touched and pulled in certain areas of the hospital. It is also claimed that the hospital was used by satanic cults during the 60s and 70s. And then we have Hornbein School. The one-room schoolhouse was built during the 1840s and remained in active use until 1937. The building is alleged to be haunted by its former inhabitants. So it's not just one little story, guys. That's why I said this is part one of this. And Miss Andy's going to do her dig in. We're going to have a whole bunch more stuff on this, guys. It may have to be 2 or 3, definitely 2 parts, but we may have to do 3 or 4 parts of this. I don't even know. But it was so interesting. And I thought you guys would enjoy this as well. That is a fact. So we're going to check it out, guys. Welcome, SWGC. What's happening, Steve? Good to see you tonight. 45 peeps in the house now, guys. Please make sure you're hitting that button as you come through the door and liking it, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Brick Gray. I didn't even realize that was real. I wasn't even paying attention to that, actually. Here we go. My apologies. Let's see here. Let me see. So also on top of that, there have been numerous UFO sightings, unnatural animal sightings, ranging from unusual reports of animals that are not found within the area, such as panthers and bears, to more supernatural claims of giant snakes, enormous vicious dogs. There was a story that I read about the dog man myth being touched on here. Cult activity, as I said earlier, Native American curses. I mean, it's full. It's full to the brim with all sorts of different things. Welcome, Kate. Good to see you, CJ. Thank you for joining us tonight. So that's just a tinge of the backstory. Cryptid, such a great. I know, I like it too. And there was part of the one thing I watched on it was they were talking about shapeshifters and stuff like that. I was like, wow, pretty cool stuff to me. So was a change or something. Always positive to hear that. Always a good thing, Miss Cat Lady. I appreciate it. All right. Let's see here, folks. Back to where I was. All right. We're going to get something rolling here. Yeah, Miss Siri does know a lot about the Native American curses and stuff like that, considering she's Native American. So this should be, some of this stuff should be quite interesting to you, Sherry, I think. All right, folks, here we go. Let me know how the audio is and how everything looks and sounds, please.
The Bridgewater Triangle sits within the southeastern portion of Massachusetts and includes a number of locations known for unexplained occurrences, the most prominent of which include the legendary Hockomock Swamp and the infamous Freetown Fall River State Forest. The triangle's traditional borders are revealed by connecting the dots between the town of Abington to the north, the town of Freetown to the southeast, and the town of Rehoboth to the southwest. Jeff Belanger is one of the most visible paranormal researchers today. He has written over a dozen books, including Weird Massachusetts, and has written articles for the Boston Globe. Belanger is all too familiar with the many stories surrounding the Bridgewater Triangle.
Living in Massachusetts and being into the unusual, you hear about the Bridgewater Triangle. It's one of those places that come up again and again when people find out you're into this strange stuff. It's an amazing place. It's beautiful, but it's also legendary.
Paranormal researchers and enthusiasts claim that the Bridgewater Triangle hosts an unusually high volume of strange occurrences, unexplained mysteries, and sinister activities. From ghostly hauntings and cryptic animal sightings to UFO encounters and evidence of satanic ritual sacrifice, the Bridgewater Triangle serves as one of the world's most diverse hotspots for paranormal activity. Chris Pittman has been investigating odd occurrences in southeastern Massachusetts for a number of years. With an extensive background in the study of both UFOs and archaeology, Pittman is regarded as one of the foremost authorities on all aspects of the Bridgewater Triangle.
Around 1996, I first heard about the Bridgewater Triangle and started conducting investigations there, at first focusing just on the UFO sightings. Over time, I began to realize that all the paranormal phenomena that were being reported in the Bridgewater Triangle, the Bigfoot sightings, the cattle mutilations, even the hauntings, everything was all related and part of the same thing.
Paranormal researcher Chris Balzano has been investigating paranormal activity in the New England region for well over a decade.
When I first began investigating the paranormal, I was hoping to be strictly a Boston-based researcher because that's where I was living at the time. And yet, one of the first investigations I did was out in Rehoboth, which I had no idea was part of the context of the Bridgewater Triangle. What ended up happening was I'd worked with Chris Pittman at a sub shop, and we had no idea that either of us were into this. And all of a sudden, when I discovered that he was kind of working in this area, him and I began to communicate back and forth, and I knew that this place had a name, and that it was not just the reports that I was getting, but it was part of kind of a bigger lore that was developing here in southeastern Massachusetts.
In recent years, Balzano released 2 informative books detailing accounts of paranormal activity within the Bridgewater Triangle. The publications include 2007's Dark Woods, Cults, Crime, and the Paranormal in the Freetown State Forest, and 2008's Ghosts of the Bridgewater Triangle. A root cause for alleged paranormal activity in the Bridgewater Triangle is widely debated. Some researchers and historians cite the mistreatment of the Native American population as the possible spark for negative energy in the region. 100 years before the American Revolution, present-day southeastern Massachusetts was known as Plymouth Colony. In the summer of 1675, the local Native American population rebelled after years of oppression at the hands of English settlers. Under the initial leadership of a Wampanoag chief named Metacomet, known to the English as King Philip, the uprising quickly became known as King Philip's War. Fighting began with a native attack on the settlement of Swansea. Soon the conflict escalated and quickly spread to other communities in Plymouth Colony. Taunton, Dartmouth, Middleborough, and Rehoboth were just some of the settlements that faced the fury of native attacks. By the fall of 1675, the colonies of Plymouth, Massachusetts Bay, and Rhode Island were all plunged into the depths of this devastating conflict. The brutal nature of the war was unprecedented in the region. On both sides of the conflict, innocent non-combative men, women, and children were slaughtered. Eventually, the tide of war turned in favor of colonial troops, and native resistance began to crumble. In August of 1676, King Philip himself was tracked down and killed in present-day Bristol, Rhode Island.
When King Philip was captured, he was drawn and quartered and beheaded, much as the tradition was with the English. His head was put on a pike, and it was actually kept there in front of Fort Plymouth for 20 years.
By war's end, an estimated 500 English settlers and 3,000 Native Americans had been killed. Worse yet, surviving non-Christianized natives were quickly rounded up and sold into slavery.
Unfortunately for King Philip, his child and wife had been taken away by the English. And as far as we can tell historically, both were sold into slavery
Per capita, King Philip's War remains the bloodiest conflict in American history. 5% of New England's combined population was killed in the struggle. Today, various residents cite a Native American curse as the cause of strange occurrences in the Bridgewater Triangle region. Tim Weisberg is a journalist, author, and radio personality, perhaps best known as the host of WBSM's hit paranormal-themed radio show, Spooky South Coast. In 2010, he released Ghosts of the South Coast, a book chronicling hauntings in southeastern Massachusetts. Weisberg is keenly aware of the Bridgewater Triangle's theorized connection to King Philip's War.
A lot of people seem to think that because of King Philip's War, the Native Americans placed a curse on the Bridgewater Triangle region. I almost wonder if King Philip's War is not the cause of all of this paranormal activity, but just another byproduct of it. Maybe for some reason, what happens here predated that skirmish and is something that is just inherent in the land.
At the epicenter of the Bridgewater Triangle is a 17,000-acre tract of densely wooded wetlands, known as the Hockomock Swamp.
It's a massive wilderness area, and most of the most compelling and the most consistent stories come from the Hockomock Swamp area.
The swamp extends into several towns, including Bridgewater, Easton, Raynham, Taunton, West Bridgewater, and parts of Norton.
I'm pretty sure you're right, Kimber. Burrillville, Rhode Island. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Allison. It's all still part of the New England states up there, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, stuff like that. Connecticut. So, yeah, definitely. For sure. That place is crazy. I think there's a lot of, in the New England states, there's a lot of stuff that has gone on, and it's such an old area, okay, that all the stuff that has gone on is based on the time, you know what I'm saying? So and again, guys, thank you to somebody did, and anybody that donates to the Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. God bless. I appreciate all the donations from this, guys, are now going towards Caden's junior prom scenario. So thank you so much. He appreciates it as much as I do at this point now, because that's what this is all directed at for the next however many I get till it happens. So thank you to all of you again. Never ever expected, but we definitely appreciate it. So, and thank you to whoever that was that donated that very much. So yeah, all the New England states have always had a, what do you call it? Like a kind of a haze hanging over them to me. One of my favorite authors, Stephen King, writes about them in a lot of his books and stuff like that. And it's just always been a place I wanted to be. You know what I mean? And to check out all these cool things. So, yes, Debbie Clark, that was my knowledge was of, I agree.
The Hockomock serves as both a wildlife management area and as an important water source for the surrounding communities. In addition to its environmental importance, the swamp plays a significant role in Native American history. The word Hockomock originates from the Algonquin word meaning place where spirits dwell.
We know that there are at least 1,000 graves out there that are 8,000 plus years old. And we also know that it's been sacred to the Native Americans for at least that time. In fact, they remember a time when it was actually a glacier, which is when the swamp itself becomes the swamp. This is a place where they could hunt and fish and also be protected from other tribes.
After the outbreak of King Philip's War, the swamp was used as a hiding place for the native population. The dark and ominous wetlands served as the perfect staging ground for native raids against nearby European settlements.
If you know the swamp, you have a big tactical advantage over someone who doesn't.
Largely viewed as the beating heart of the Bridgewater Triangle, the Hockomock Swamp has seen more than its share of alleged strange occurrences.
You know, when you're talking about legends in the paranormal, it's got to be the right setting. You are probably never going to make a documentary about a haunted McDonald's. It's just the wrong setting. It could be the most haunted place on earth, but it's not the right context for people to understand and appreciate a ghostly legend. The Hockomock Swamp it's the right setting.
The best evidence that there's something very unusual happening is the consistent and constant reports from people who have been in the Hockomock Swamp and reported an eerie, unearthly feeling of being watched. It makes them very uncomfortable. It's something that can be startling even to experienced people in the wilderness, hunters, trappers, and outdoorsmen.
The Hockomock Swamp has long been the focus of cryptozoologists, or those who study the existence of cryptic animals. Ape-like bipeds, enormous birds, snakes the size of stovepipes, giant cats, and ravenous red-eyed dogs have all been reported, both within the remote swampland and in the swamps surrounding communities. Renowned cryptozoologist Loren Coleman has been researching and investigating cryptozoological mysteries since 1960. One of the world's foremost leaders in the field, Coleman has written extensively about cryptic animal encounters from all corners of the globe.
In 1975, I moved from California to Cambridge, Massachusetts. I started picking up on this whole notion that there was an area in southeast Massachusetts that almost was a magnet of weird phenomena. And because of the three Bridgewaters, there was already a hint that there was a triangle in the area. And I started looking and plotting different sightings, different incidents on a map, and really noticed it was a triangle.
I've always wanted
In
to see that too, Timber.
1983, Coleman published his most famous work, Mysterious America. In a chapter detailing his findings in southeastern Massachusetts, Coleman dubbed the
Welcome,
region
SRB. We're looking into the
Bridgewater
Bridgewater Triangle tonight.
In 2003, Coleman opened the International Cryptozoology Museum. The attraction houses thousands of artifacts relating to cryptic animals, including plaster casts of alleged Bigfoot prints. Located at 11 Avon Street in Portland, Maine, the museum is open to the general public. Of all the creatures said to inhabit the Hockomock Swamp region, none are more often seen or encountered than Bigfoot.
In 1970, you had a coalition of local police and state police tracking down and following what they thought was a bear.
I've looked through the whole
more
thing
and more
about
I
it.
talked to the
I'm gonna pull it
individuals
up to show you
involved,
guys when we get to
it
this.
seemed
Pretty
like it
wild.
was a very unusual bear, a bear that sometimes would go upright, sometimes run on all fours. It was a classic Bigfoot case. There was an officer that I interviewed who told me in no uncertain terms that a Bigfoot had come to the back of his cruiser and lifted it up. He was scared to death, and those kinds of reports kept coming in.
Former West Bridgewater.
Now, here's the thing, guys, I have to say. When you get reports about aliens, Bigfoot, or just paranormal things in general, and it comes from people such as law enforcement, doctors, people of importance, it's hard to believe that it's faked or false coming from people. Here, for instance, we had a huge UFO scenario happen in Trumbull County in '93, and it happened to a police officer. So it's very hard to not believe it when you see and hear it. You know what I mean? So this stuff here is happening to important people. So
Resident Carlston Wood has witnessed multiple strange occurrences within the boundaries of the Bridgewater Triangle. As a child living on the edge of the Hockomock Swamp, Wood will never forget the events of a winter's day in 1970.
We had gone out, a couple of the neighborhood boys and girls. We would go across into the swamp area where it was frozen, and we would explore into the swamp as far as we could go. We had gone in maybe a mile and a half, and somebody had started to scream. One of the neighborhood boys looked up and said, "There is a huge, hairy man." We all got a glimpse of it.
now, just so you guys know, we're not covering Bigfoot tonight. This is just one of the things that has happened in this entire Bridgewater Triangle area to start with. So don't get all, we're doing Bigfoot, don't worry about it. This is just one of the little things that has happened, so you guys know.
And we all just ran as fast and as hard as we could through the slush until we got back onto the road, only to reconvene on the school bus.
Very true, Debbie. Very true. They do
next Monday and ask each other if we actually saw what we saw.
In addition to the Hockomock Swamp, Bigfoot has been reportedly spotted near two small ponds in Bridgewater, known as Claybanks 1 and Claybanks 2. Bridgewater resident Joseph DeAndrade claims to have seen the elusive creature in the forest surrounding Claybanks 2.
In the winter of '78, this guy Wayne and I, we agreed to go out and check out this wooded area because this other guy, he's half Indian. He's talking to me about Sasquatch. And I told Wayne, let's go over there, maybe find some footprints. When we reached the spot, we had our backs turned to the pond, and then suddenly, as we stood there together, something told me to turn around and look. And I said, and I want to make it clear I don't go around hearing voices all the time. So I said to myself, why? And then the voice said, turn around and you will see. So I said, well, right. So I'll turn around and look. When I turned around and looked, I saw something that I'll never forget for the rest of my life.
Well, that happened again,
I saw what appeared to be the Sasquatch creature that I heard about. It had long dark brown hair all over its body. And I saw it from the waist up, but I didn't see the face. It was walking slowly down the hill over there. I went over to Wayne and I said, Wayne, please look. You got to see this, I'm not going to believe this, So turned around again to look. And it was gone. I never saw it again.
After his alleged encounter with a giant ape, DeAndre founded the Bridgewater Triangle Expedition Team, or BTET.
I started it in '85. It was me, Mike Foster, and then there was this other guy, Tony.
The BTET led several expeditions into the region armed with rifles and cameras, but never again saw Bigfoot. Eventually, after a series of unsuccessful expeditions and a dwindling number of active members, the BTET disbanded. DeAndrade has since founded the Paranormal Investigation Organization, also in Bridgewater, and has written extensively about his investigations. He has also been interviewed for many newspaper and magazine articles, and has been featured in local television news stories, including segments on Fox 25 and ABC 5 in Massachusetts.
Joseph DeAndrade deserves more credit than anybody for publicizing the Hockomock Swamp. For many, many years, no one was studying the Bridgewater Triangle, and he alone was chronicling the reports, getting out there, investigating sightings firsthand, going on expeditions of his own. And I think that the legends and lore that have grown up around the Hockomock Swamp and around the Bridgewater Triangle would be very different today if it wasn't for Joseph DeAndrade's work. Looking at his sighting objectively, from the distance that he was from what he saw and from what he reported, we can't say exactly what it was that he saw. And certainly it's difficult to say without a shadow of a doubt that what he saw was something unusual, something that we can't explain. Having said that, I think it's an interesting sighting, and certainly it dovetails well with a lot of the other reported activity here throughout the years.
When I saw that creature, I believe it was meant to be because something wanted me to see it. Therefore, something eventually wanted me to investigate this triangle area.
In addition to Joseph DeAndrade, deceased West Bridgewater resident John Baker reported his own Bigfoot sighting while fur trapping in the Hockomock Swamp in the early 1980s. A Boston Herald article featured an interview with Baker concerning his encounter.
Something was following me, and I knew it was big. So I took the boat down a small creek to a dry hill, and it kept moving. I knew it wasn't a human because when it passed by me, I could smell it. It smelled like skunk, musty and dirty, like it lived in the dirt. To this day, I don't know what it was, but I know I saw it, and it was out there.
Yeah, it's gray, and there's a lot more, too.
Gigantic raptors, sometimes known as thunderbirds, have reportedly been spotted in the skies above the swamp and its surrounding communities.
Got to be within my backyard.
In 1971, Norton Police Sergeant Thomas Downey claimed to have seen a large bird with a 12-foot wingspan while traveling along Winter Street in nearby Mansfield, a town just west of the Bridgewater Triangle and the Hockomock Swamp.
Officer Downey had been coming along the road and he saw this creature, 6 feet tall or so, large wings, slowly just lifted right into the air. And this was an intriguing sighting because it overlapped with a lot of reports that we were hearing about Mothman, about Thunderbirds.
Ironically, Downey's sighting occurred in an area known as Bird Hill.
I was confused if the Bird Hill was named because of his sighting or that had always been called Bird Hill. Certainly Officer Downey
I agree with
placed
you,
in the
Andy.
middle of having an encounter there just reinforced for me
Yeah, I
the
said it,
strangeness
SRB.
of the Bridgewater Triangle.
In the years following his initial report, Downey refused multiple requests for interviews concerning his encounter. Enormous snakes, uncommon to the northeastern United States, have allegedly been spotted in the area.
As I was investigating the Bridgewater Triangle, I kept
That's
hearing
cool,
that during the 1930s, during the Depression, whenever the
Welcome,
CCC
Summer Jade.
was working the Hockomock Swamp, that they were seeing snakes that were as large as stovepipes. These were huge snakes.
You guys realize that when they're saying stovepipe, they're talking about like from a wood burning stove that's like this big around, a snake that big around. That's a mutant snake. That's insane. If you can you imagine walking into the woods and seeing something that's head is as big as half your body? No. Sorry, folks. Couldn't handle that one. My apologies, but I couldn't handle that.
And the workers would go into the woods and they would actually start running out because they would see these huge snakes.
Right, SRB.
Logical phenomena, cryptid phenomena we hear all across the country, here and there, in special places like the Bridgewater Triangle.
Very true, Carolyn.
According to
Very true.
cryptozoologist Lauren Coleman
Like
and local
those
news
guys.
outlets, a series of sightings involving what Coleman dubbed the Mansfield Mystery Cat occurred in towns surrounding the Hockomock Swamp region. In March of 1993, a large tan cat resembling a mountain lion was frequently reported in the towns of Easton and Mansfield. Presumed by some to be an escaped exotic pet, the origins of the Mansfield Mystery Cat remain unclear.
There were other reports that weren't so specific of people seeing both the yellow-colored cats and the black panthers in the area. Those interested me that sometimes people were seeing them at the same time.
In May of 1993, the headless carcass of an African serval was found near the Easton-Raynham town line. Despite the discovery, police were quick to dismiss the 30-pound spotted serval as the source of the alleged large cat sightings. Like its origins, the fate of the Mansfield Mystery Cat remains, perhaps appropriately, a mystery. Ravenous, bloodthirsty dogs are said to roam the woods.
That's a possibility
of the
too,
Hockomock
Andy.
Swamp and its surrounding communities. In 1976, Abington resident Philip Kane watched in horror when a large black and gray dog ripped open the throats of his two ponies, both of which were killed in the attack.
So here you have this thing that's as large as a pony, and he sees it standing over the ponies, ripping their throats out.
Kane reportedly fired a pistol at the dog as it fled the scene. The shot missed its mark, and the dog disappeared into the forest.
To see it walk away and disappear just kind of compounded his fear. For 3 days, there was concerted safari-like hunts in that area to try to find this giant dog, and nobody ever could.
Perhaps the most intriguing yet lesser known report of a cryptic animal sighting in the Hockomock Swamp occurred in 1990. Former Raynham resident William Russo will never forget his amazing up-close and personal encounter.
Back in the late 1980s to about the mid-1990s, I was working a 3 to midnight shift in the town of Raynham where I lived. And that's where my strange happening occurred. When I got off work every night at midnight, I'd walk my dog, Samantha. She was a Rottweiler Shepherd mix, big, around 90 pounds. Now, usually we walked on the sidewalks towards the center of town. But on this particular night, we walked a different route. I don't really know why, but we did. Right behind my house is an area we called the High Tees, claimed by the electric company. They run those high tension wires. It's about 50 feet across and overgrown with 100-foot pines. So it's kind of like a route for kids who want to take shortcuts and who knows what kind of wildlife during the day. And at night, maybe stranger things. I went perhaps a half a mile when I came to an old water wheel that ran an early ironworks back a couple of 100 years ago. And there's a street light at this road, and the street light casts a big circle of light right in the middle of the street, about a 10-foot radius. So as I approached the road, all of a sudden, Sammy, my dog, started to pull at the leash. And I looked down and she was quivering, she was shaking, she was rattling like an old Chevy. And then a few moments later, I heard what was scaring the dog. It was a high-pitched, almost a wail. And it went like this. It went, "I want you. I want you. Here. Here. I want you." Now the hairs on my back of my neck started to go up, and Sammy, of course, she was just absolutely in terror. And suddenly I saw something walk. It was erect, standing straight up. It walked into the middle of that circle of light that was cast by the street lamp. It was about 3 or 4 feet tall. It had a pot belly. And as I walked a little closer, I saw that it wasn't clothed. It had hair that was maybe 3, 4 inches long, totally covered in hair. It had eyes that were perhaps a little big for its head, but not hugely disproportionate. The face perhaps looked like the chipmunk. At first, I thought it was a child.
This thing sounds like a real life Beanie Baby, you guys. I'm just saying. This is kind of cute.
But as I analyzed it, I thought it was in the beginning stages of old age. I don't think it was young. Whatever it wasn't young. But it was speaking. I mean, it definitely speaking, and it kept saying, "I want you. I want you." Got more insistent, and it started beckoning me. "Here, here, I want you." It wasn't threatening me, but what was weird, it wasn't advancing to me. It didn't come near me. It wanted to get me in its space. This is what I felt like. I wish I could say that I was brave enough to go right up and, get that close from it, but I couldn't. I was scared. And my Samantha was scared, so we turned around and we walked home pretty fast. And I stayed up the whole night analyzing, what could this be? What could this be? And here's what I think it was saying. My best guess is, "I want you" is, "We want you. We want you. Here, here, come here, come here." I think it was speaking English. I rarely told anyone about it. I didn't know at the time the stories about the Bridgewater Triangle.
Good
I'd never
point,
seen
Carolyn.
anything paranormal. I just didn't feel like sharing the story. But, that was almost 20 years ago. And I'm getting up in age, and I felt I should pass it along. So I wrote a little internet blog
Good
on
point,
it, and I
Gerald.
want to share it. I want people to know about it. I went back many times and never again saw it.
Yeah, it sure still sounds like an Ewok.
In addition to cryptic animal sightings, a number of alleged disappearances have occurred within the Hockomock Swamp. One confirmed disappearance occurred in 1916 and involved Brockton resident Evelyn Packard. Packard had traveled to West Bridgewater and intended to take a canoe trip down the town river in the Hockomock Swamp.
Her body was found a short distance from where we are right now. What's interesting and tragic at the same time is that finding the girl led to also discovering Solitude Rock, which is just down the road a ways. And it's got this beautiful...
By the way, just a real quick piece of interesting info. This Evelyn Packard, her family is from Warren, Ohio, the town I grew up in here, folks. I did a little back research after I watched this. It's very weird. Very coincidental and weird. For sure. Carolyn says, yeah, Massachusetts had a lot of scholars back in the good old days, as many other universities. Good point, Carolyn. So this girl they're talking about came from, her family's from my hometown. Very weird. Very ironic. Gerald's from Dayton, Ohio. What's up, neighbor? It is weird, Andy. Very weird.
Beautiful poem etched on it. And it became the mission to find out who put the poem there, why it's there.
All ye who in future days walk by none contested stream, love not him who hummed his lay, cheerful to the parting beam, but the beauty that he wooed in this quiet solitude.
We've got a lot of strange rocks in Massachusetts. They come up again and again here in the Bridgewater Triangle.
I would never call you crazy, Carl. That's what tonight's all about.
Within the confines of the Hockomock Swamp sits Lake Nipponicket. Known to local residents as the Nip, the lake has served as the location for many strange reports.
People have reported seeing Bigfoot creatures in the immediate vicinity of where we're standing right now. People report hearing strange calls sounding like monkeys from islands in the Nip.
These individuals came to me with the story that they'd actually seen a red-haired orangutan-like creature on the island of Lake Nipponicket. What they said happened was as their canoe was coming towards the island, they start seeing these little creatures. And they say they weren't like Bigfoot, and they weren't like chimpanzees. They were someplace in between, more like an orangutan. And they kept talking about the red fur, which is something you don't usually hear from Eastern Bigfoot reports. They seemed to be credible. They didn't really want publicity, and they didn't want me to use their name, which sometimes actually adds to the credibility of the witness.
I had a woman report to me that she was parked near here. When she saw a fire on the other side of the lake, it looked like a huge party. When she got to the place on the other side of the lake where the fire had been, there was absolutely nothing, no footprints. And then when she returned back to the place where she'd started from, she could see this mysterious phantom fire again.
As the most frequently visited location within the Hockomock Swamp, Lake Nipponicket has served as the site for numerous drownings and boating accidents. Oddly enough, the Nip's water only reaches 8 feet at its deepest point, making the number of accidents there all the more puzzling.
Lake Nipponicket, a place of a lot of history and a very key place in the Bridgewater Triangle mystery.
Surrounded by the Hockomock Swamp in Raynham, Massachusetts, sits the Raynham-Taunton Dog Track. The location is known for a high level of reported paranormal activity, including frequently reported sightings of
my absolute favorite author ever.
So spook lights are seen moving down the old railroad tracks, glowing balls of light moving up and down. Some would say it's swamp gas. Others say it's spirit energy moving, glowing balls of light that seem to have some intelligence to it. This is something that goes all over the world. It's not just here in the Bridgewater Triangle. The Irish might call them the will-o'-the-wisps. The Wampanoag, they had their stories of puckwudgies that would turn into glowing balls of light and lead you down a path to safety, or maybe lead you off a cliff and kill you.
James Michael Rice is an author and teacher with a strong connection to the Bridgewater Triangle. In 2010, he released The Still, a collection of short stories inspired by his experiences growing up in the Elm Street section of Bridgewater.
My friends and I, we spent a great deal of time in and around the swamp. We were actually out in the woods at night on what we used to refer to as an Indian bridge on Elm Street in Bridgewater. At some point in time, one of us noticed what we thought was a canoe coming down the river, and we just sort of assumed that maybe it was a hunter with a lantern or just some people out fishing at night. And eventually these lights just entered this clearing, and there was no canoe, there were no hunters, it was just these balls of light about the size of baseballs. We didn't quite know what to make of it, so we started sort of shouting out the colors to make sure we were seeing the same thing, and we were. They were changing different colors, blues and reds and oranges. At some point in time, the lights just kind of started spinning around, skimming off the water. They seemed to be sentient. They seemed to be playing. They seemed almost as if they wanted us to see them. And then after a few minutes, they grew fainter and fainter and went back upstream from the direction they originated from. To this day, I don't have an explanation for it. I just sort of appreciate the fact that I was able to experience it.
High-profile stories involving mysterious disappearances,
animal
encounters, and spook-light sightings in the Hockomock Swamp are well known to Bridgewater area residents. But adding to the mystique of the swamp are a number of lesser-known, one-of-a-kind reports.
I had a friend, he called me up one day and he was putting together a group that would want to go on a tour, which was a haunted tour, and that they would do a focus on the Hockomock Swamp and the surrounding area. And I jumped up the opportunity because I had never been in there. The last stop was supposed to be the finale of it all. We were going down the path and I looked about 15 to 20 feet up in the air. It was a cloud shape, and it had an illumination all its own. It had a green bluish hue, and everybody else seemed oblivious to what I was looking at, and it just vanished. And that was what I found really strange about it. So the next morning, I called my best friend, who was also on the tour with me, Mary, and I said, I saw something last night. And she's like, okay, I saw something too. And I'm like, all right, well, you tell me what you saw, and then I'll let you know what, I'll tell you what I saw. And she described the same exact thing. The cloud, the bluish green hues. She had the exact story that I had.
Although the Hockomock Swamp is often the focal point of the Bridgewater Triangle, paranormal activity has been reported throughout the entire 200 square mile triangular region. Most often, it is reports of unidentified flying objects, or UFOs, that top the list of the unexplained. In 1908, a well-documented UFO sighting occurred in Bridgewater. Appropriately, 2 carriage-riding undertakers reported seeing the UFO on Halloween night. The object was described as an unusually bright lantern in the skies above the region.
Prior to my years as an investigator here, the 1970s in particular were a time of very high UFO activity in the Bridgewater Triangle. There were sightings along Route 44, in Raynham, in Taunton, very, very often.
The spring of 1979 proved to be the most active period of documented UFO sightings in the history of the Bridgewater Triangle region. A number of news outlets and law enforcement agencies were flooded with reports of large, low-flying UFOs. During that time, former WHDH reporters Jerry Lopes and Steve Sprazia claimed to have witnessed what is arguably the most famous UFO sighting to occur within the Bridgewater Triangle.
Jerry Lopes and I worked at WHDH Radio, and we were heading down to the Raynham dog track, and when we got off 24 onto 106, I noticed this really bright light over the tree line, and the light was coming closer and closer and getting bigger and bigger. And I remember saying to Jerry, what is that over there? So we pulled his vehicle over, and all of a sudden the stars blotted out in the shape of an arrow as this thing passed overhead.
Ironically, I'm a big baseball fan. It looked like a baseball home plate, and there were a series of lights on it.
And it was very, very wide. Perhaps the width of now, we'd say 5 747s wing to wing.
It looked like it had a little cord or something hanging off it, and sparks were coming off of it. I almost felt like I could throw a rock at it.
I hope you enjoyed
it. That close to me.
This was pretty much the shape of it. And this thing passed overhead like this. For me, what first attracted me was this light that kind of came into our field of vision, just like that. And as this thing passed overhead, it just kept coming and coming and coming. And the light kept getting bigger and bigger.
I'm an Air Force veteran. I've been in the Air Force for 4.5 years. I've been around a number of different planes. And I said to Steve, that's not one of ours. And it just hovered there for a minute. It looked like it was over a little bit of a field.
You can speak of anything you want here, Carl. That's what it's all about, my friend.
We continued on to the dog track, and most of the conversation that evening was, what did we see? Up to that point, I had been 100% skeptic. I thought anybody who ever saw these things, they were either crazy or publicity hounds, or there was just something wrong with them in their head altogether. What I didn't realize at the time was that a lot more people had seen it than just Jerry and I.
Interestingly, over the course of the next week, there were a series of spottings, different sightings. It was reported in the papers, reported on the radio station. And at that point, Steve and I decided to come forward and say,
no problem.
Hey, we actually saw something.
A couple of days later, an article appears in the Brockton Enterprise. And not only does it have interviews with Jerry and I, but quite a number of other folks in and around the Randolph area.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Allison.
But they've got the staff artists take all of our recollections and put together a drawing, an artist rendition, which looked pretty much like this. And it's like, whoa. I keep looking up because even to this day, as I look up, I can imagine I can see the darn thing. It made that much of an impression on me.
I saw what I saw. I reported what I saw, and I've moved on.
Former Rockland resident Ron Baker also claims to have witnessed a large UFO in the skies above Southeastern. The craft shared a number of physical characteristics with the UFO reported by Jerry Lopes and Steve Sprasia.
At the time, I was working at the steakhouse on 138 in Southeastern. It was an early night, about 8:30, 9 o'clock. Pulled out to the parking lot, and I saw in the sky this big dark shadow, wedge shape or triangle shape, and it was moving very, very slow. It was about 300 feet in the air. It was about the size of I would say 2 football fields. And as it passed overhead, I could hear an engine at the back or a humming noise. I really don't know what it was.
For me,
I
as
believe,
a UFO investigator in the Bridgewater Triangle,
I didn't catch the year.
It was like every time I would come here and investigate a sighting, there would be leads for other sightings. On one occasion, I was pulled over by a police officer who asked me what I was doing, and I told him honestly, I'm here to investigate UFO sightings. He immediately knew what I was talking about, and he actually guided me to a place in Berkeley near the Taunton River where UFOs had been seen recently and where I myself saw some strange lights that perhaps could have been aircraft, perhaps stars, but perhaps not.
In March of 2011, former Raynham resident Derek Holt claims to have witnessed a UFO above the skies of his former hometown. Unlike other UFO witnesses within the Bridgewater Triangle, Holt captured video footage of his sighting.
I first started seeing these orbs in the sky, would stare at them and try to really see them, and I couldn't really picture them with my own eyesight. I actually bought a small little camera and I started filming them. I caught one here at the dog track. I'd say probably directly above me. I don't know how high. It would flash blue, red, green, pulsating lights. And I captured one of them at Prospect Hill in Rainham. I was at my friend's house and I seen one of the orbs, and then it would be a bright, bright light, and then it would turn into like a plane and fly off. And then I seen that happen like 4 or 5 times in a row.
When you see the video that I recorded, you can actually see small orbs, like little softball-sized, baseball-sized orbs going back and forth, working with the ship.
I'm just
to bring it
kidding.
in.
Thank you for stopping in.
Holy shit.
Thank you very much, Kim. That means the world to
I
me.
still to this
It really
day
does.
know I seen something that wasn't from this world.
Outside the
Immediately knew what I was talking about, and he
Oh, I see
actually
this
guided
again.
me to a place in Berkeley near the Taunton River where UFOs had been seen recently and where I myself saw some strange lights that perhaps could have been aircraft, perhaps stars, but perhaps not.
In March of 2011, former Raynham resident Derek Holt claims to have witnessed a UFO above the skies of his former hometown. Unlike other UFO witnesses within the Bridgewater Triangle, Holt captured video footage of his sighting.
I first started seeing these orbs in the sky, would stare at them and try to really see them, and I couldn't really picture them with my own eyesight. I actually bought a small little camera and I started filming.
I love
them.
Al.
caught one
I
here
love
at
it,
the
bro.
dog
I
track.
love it.
I'd say probably directly above me. I don't know how high. It would flash blue, red, green, pulsating lights. And I captured one of them at Prospect Hill in Rainham. I was at my friend's house and I seen one of the orbs, and then it would be a bright, bright light, and then it would turn into like a plane and fly off. And then I seen that happen like 4 or 5 times in a row.
When you see the video that I recorded, you can actually see.
Listen, guys, I don't know, for those of you that are here in Ohio with me, I don't know how close or far. Well, I know where SRB's at, but there's a few others that are in Ohio. But the county that I grew up in, lived in, I still live in the same county, I'm just not in the same area, was Trumbull County. There was a literal, it was on Unsolved Mysteries, a UFO sighting that a police officer, who is now the chief of police in that city, he encountered along with 25 other police officers. I talked about this last year in here one night, and it was my senior year, 93. Yeah, 93. And for that to happen like that, many people would talk about having UFO sightings, but for a police officer, it shut his car down. It did the whole Close Encounters of the Third Kind thing to him. Okay, he got a call, goes out to see this, whatever this is, blowing it off. Same as the as you see in the movies, oh wow, whatever, somebody saw a UFO, haha. And he gets up and sees this thing in the sky with all these multiple lights on it, and pulls up, and his whole car shuts off. Lights, radio, the siren, everything shut down. It went dead. He gets out of the car, and this thing sits there and hovers literally 50 feet above him, turns the bright light on the car. It disappears, and the thing is gone, and he just stands there. Dispatch couldn't reach him for that, I think it was 2 minutes. Finally, everything turned back on when this thing's gone. And it's like, what the hell? And this came from a law enforcement official. So I was like, you got to believe it. So the 911 dispatcher, it was the year after I graduated. I'm sorry. The 911 dispatcher is on the radio picking up calls from 15 different other police agencies that are saying that they're all seeing this thing that night, all at the same time, coming across the radio. What the hell is this thing? Everybody was freaking out. It was on Unsolved Mysteries, Gerald, yes. And at that point, I had to go, they couldn't have made this up. They couldn't have made this up all at the same time. It's like, wow, you know what I mean? And that's where you go to remember these things. It was on Unsolved Mysteries. It was Liberty, Ohio was the police department, Liberty Police. Toby, I can't think of his last name, but he's the chief now. And it was just like, shit. Something was going on for everybody to see this at the same time. It was just crazy to me. So sorry to interrupt, but I just thought it was interesting to tell that real quick.
See small orbs, like little softball-sized,
Right,
baseball-sized orbs going back and forth.
See? Yeah, it was on Unsolved Mysteries, guys. I made it on another show too. I can't think of what it was though. Molly has.
I still to this day know I've seen something that wasn't from this world.
No lie.
Outside the realm of UFOs and cryptic animals.
Movement. That's what I've said for a long time. Okay. Why are we so cocky to believe that we are the only source of life in this entire galaxy, this entire universe? Come on. It just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? But I am one of those people that it has to be shoved in my face for me to believe in things like that. I have to encounter it myself for me to believe it. So I'm very skeptical about a lot of different things. There's no way in hell. Exactly. There's no way in hell that we are the only living, breathing creatures in this universe. Come on now. Now, I don't know if they're the little green men. Okay. I don't know if they're the little green men like Molly has here, or what's out there, but there's got to be other life out there, period, in my opinion. We're not advanced enough to understand, in my opinion. So just keep that in mind, guys. It's a good point, Carl. Maybe the universe is an illusion. Maybe it's the Matrix, guys. Saying.
The Bridgewater Triangle also includes 4 locations that are directly related to paranormal activity and baffling mysteries associated with Native American history.
This was a place that was perhaps the most densely populated place in prehistoric, pre-colonial times. Near the larger bodies of water in the Bridgewater Triangle, virtually any flat place within 1,000 feet of a water source is likely to have been occupied by Native Americans at some time and show some evidence of Aboriginal occupation.
In 1928, Brown University psychology professor Edmund Delabar led an archaeological expedition to an area along the banks of the Taunton River in Berkeley called Grassy Island. There, the team discovered an Indian burial ground.
I started talking to archaeologists in the area. They kept talking about opening graves, finding red ochre, and then having it boil and disappear in almost mystical terms. And for an archaeologist or scientist, I found that somewhat revealing that even they, in their discoveries, were talking in sinister terms.
When we look at reports of ochre being excavated from burials, in light of the fact that it's kind of made from a chemical formula and that it may have been buried along with other elements in the soil for thousands of years, that it might change rapidly when being exposed to the atmosphere, it might not seem as strange as it would first appear to be.
Some sources also claim that photographs of the excavation failed to develop.
The story of the burial at Grassy Island, I think, has kind of been blown out of proportion. It was more than 80 years ago now that that site was investigated, and the fact that photographs taken wouldn't have come out maybe seems a little bit less unusual than if it was something happening today with modern film equipment or cameras.
I know for myself, when I went there with the crew, the batteries of the cameras would just expire. There was almost an electrical magnetic focus in the archaeological areas that we would look into.
Many articles and publications incorrectly identify the Grassy Island burial ground as being located within the Hockomock Swamp. In reality, Grassy Island's location in Berkeley is in the lower portion of the Bridgewater Triangle, 12 miles to the southwest of the Hockomock Swamp. Across the river from Grassy Island in Berkeley is a small building which houses what is known as Dighton Rock.
Dighton Rock, it's got these etchings all over it. It's been lifted out of the water. It's in this pagoda museum. And you go inside and they talk about who put this rock there, who etched their names on the rock.
The four main theories are the Native American, the Phoenician, the Norse, and the Portuguese. The Portuguese theory would be the more recent one, which would say that it happened around 1511-ish, say. My own feeling about it in researching it and looking at it and comparing it to other things around New England is that I think that there's definitely a Native American aspect to it. The faces along the sides seem to correspond to some things up in Vermont. But I also feel that there is some script on there, and I feel that it's a very ancient inscription. It's much older than 1511, I believe. I think that it may indicate some contact with people that would use a Mediterranean type script, and it's not just a mishmash of abstract lines.
For me, Dighton Rock is a mystery. I don't know who put the first scratches or marks or dates on it. I think also, though, Native Americans certainly noticed this special rock that seemed to have special powers.
As an enthusiast when it comes to archaeology in the southeastern Massachusetts, I believe that those carvings were carved by Native Americans in prehistoric times. And I believe that this was a rock that marked an important place for early Native Americans hundreds or even thousands of years ago.
We hate unsolved mysteries. It drives us crazy. And Dighton Rock is just another one of those mysteries left behind by our ancestors for us to decode.
Not far from Dighton Rock, in the Assonet Village section of the Freetown Fall River State Forest in Freetown, Massachusetts, is a glacial rock formation with an unusual feature. If one stands on the nearby observation area, they can clearly see the profile of a man protruding from the rock. It is said that this silhouette is the face of a Native American, thus making Profile Rock a sacred site to local Wampanoag Indians.
There are many other interesting archaeological or geological curiosities
Absolutely,
in the
Betty,
triangle.
and thank you for
In the town of
appreciating it
Abington,
very much.
we had Lady Abington was a profile rock, now destroyed by road building. You have a handprint rock in Middleborough and also a boulder with a face carved on it.
Please make sure you guys
And
are
there
hitting the
perched
like
rocks
button when you come in.
Lakeville
Please,
and
thank you very
Taunton.
much.
It seems the area has great representation of geological and or archaeological oddities.
The fourth installment of Native American sites within the Bridgewater Triangle includes Anawan Rock, located along Route 44 in Rehoboth. 2 weeks after the death of the Wampanoag chief Metacomet, in the closing days of King Philip's War, colonial leader Captain Benjamin Church led a raiding team into the wilderness of Plymouth Colony. Their mission involved mopping up native resistors in the area. Church and his raiders tracked native fighters to the location now known as Anawan Rock. Led by Metacomet's loyal war chief Anawan, the last band of Wampanoag warriors surrendered peacefully to Benjamin Church on August 28, 1676. The surrender marked the official end to King Philip's War. Today, Native American spirits are said to haunt Anawan Rock. Greenville Paranormal founder and author Andrew Lake has been researching southern New England hauntings for a number of years. In 2011, Lake released Ghost Hunting Southern New England, a book detailing his experiences in some of the region's most haunted locations. Lake has spent much of his time studying reports of ghosts in Rehoboth and has participated in numerous investigations at Anawan Rock.
People visiting the Rock have heard the sounds of people speaking Algonquin. There's also been the sound of drums beating. People have even reported phantom fires. People describe them as giving off no heat, no smell, no smoke, usually seen in back of the Rock toward the swamp side. I myself have done some investigations at the Rock around the anniversary of the surrender. I was with a colleague, Matthew Moniz, a few nights after the anniversary. We did witness what looked like shimmering campfire off in the swamp. There was no logical explanation for this light. Matthew Moniz and I witnessed this several times over a good 3 to 4 minute period, and then it stopped. I've also, with Matt that night, experienced what felt like an intense cold spot on a very warm August night walk in between the two of us. And I found it interesting that later I've been told by 2 witnesses who have seen the apparition of an elderly Native American man standing up on that part of the Rock.
So you said it gives weird vibes. What did it make you feel like, Andy? Like, was it just a feeling, or, did you get sick, or did you just have like, this premonition feeling type thing going on with it? Andy I'm going to show you a picture when we get past this, of when she was there. She took a picture of the sign and everything's pretty cool.
Whaling City Ghosts founder Luann Jolly has been drawn to the paranormal from a very young age. In 2012, she published Dead Whispers, a book and audio CD featuring a large collection of electronic voice phenomenon recordings obtained during her many investigations. A self-described ghost magnet, Jolly has reported a number of ghostly encounters within the boundaries of the Bridgewater Triangle.
One of the greatest paranormal experiences that I've ever had in my life occurred at Anawan Rock. We'd been investigating for probably a couple of hours, and I had my camera in my hand, and as I turned around, I met the eyes of an older man. He was misty gray, and I could see right through him. I could see the tree behind him, and it was like my eyes met his eyes, and you could see that there was a person in there, a conscious person who had feelings, and I actually do believe that it was Anawan. I suddenly realized, oh my God, I'm standing here looking at an apparition and I have a camera in my hand. So for the 1 second that I looked down to the camera, make sure it's on, and then looked up to try and grab this picture of him, he was already gone. It's an honor to meet the spirit of a man who experienced that was there those last days. And we actually feel terribly for him because he believed when he surrendered that he was leading the people to freedom. Benjamin Church had promised him that the people would be okay if they just surrendered and went to Plymouth. And we all know Benjamin Church left for a few days, came back, and by then it was too late. Anawan's head was on a pike for 20 years.
At Anawan Rock, aside from being one of the most active places, is the idea of the wampum belt. Philip gave the wampum belt, which was the physical representation of the narrative of the Wampanoag people, their history. He gave it to Anawan. And then when Benjamin Church agreed to the surrender, he took the belt, and it kind of disappears from all recorded record. And a lot of people feel that the hauntings and the weirdness that's in the Bridgewater Triangle, the weirdness at Anawan Rock, will happen until the wampum belt is returned.
You're talking about Anawan Rock, and he said right at the end that things in the forest won't return right until the wampum belt is returned. Boom, the light goes on.
Oh, shit.
I'm the only one that noticed. I didn't notice that.
Oh, whoa. We hear your message. If I could, I would return it.
Whoa! Whoa,
shit.
Those are fresh batteries. Watch the Those mic. Are fresh, brand new batteries. They gotta be.
That was beautiful.
Absolutely, Melissa. That's what I wanted to feel like.
Passing
And
by Anawan
so
Rock
happy that it feels that
along the
way
same
to you.
stretch of Route 44 in Rehoboth marks the location known for the red-headed hitchhiker of Route 44.
He is described as looking kind of like a farmer, wearing denims and a flannel shirt. And most descriptions of him have him with a thick head of curly red hair and a beard. Probably the most credible witnesses have described seeing his ghost along the boundary of Seekonk and Rehoboth.
I had first heard about it from New England Ghost Files, and it had all the air marks of your classic hitchhiker legend. A lot of the initial reports were firsthand from people who had experienced it. And this ghost was known to appear in cars. It was known to manipulate radios. But what has happened is, since those initial reports that were reported in that book, a lot of people have attached every urban legend associated with hitchhikers to it. So now you have, for example, if you go to the Seekonk Rehoboth line, you honk your horn 3 times, you turn off your headlights, when you turn them on, he'll be there. Or if you're driving down the road and there's 3 people, he'll appear in the 4th seat. Things that are classic urban legend.
The most important thing, especially with ghosts, is a firsthand account. A person that says, I saw the ghost. And with the red-headed hitchhiker, again and again, you talk to people and they'd say, oh man, my cousin's brother's former roommate's uncle swears he saw that guy.
Usually it's my cousin's sister saw it.
It's their brother's next door neighbor's cousin's uncle.
Or I think I might have seen it, or, I don't remember what year it was.
Very rarely do you hear a story from that witness who has seen the red-headed hitchhiker.
Over time, I did talk to someone, finally, one person, who claimed he did have a first-hand account. And I talked to him on the phone, and he told me he was driving to pick up a friend at the airport. It was December. It was really snowing, and he had his windshield wipers going. And he saw this face of a red-headed man with a beard and all disheveled looking, almost like as an image across the windshield, right as he's driving through that area. And it really shook him up. He didn't know what to make of it. He had heard the stories before, and he drove on. When I asked him to go on the record, give his name and all that other stuff, he kind of disappeared and wouldn't return my calls after that.
Certainly it's an interesting story, and I think is kind of typical of a lot of unusual on-the-road type encounters that happen in the Bridgewater Triangle. But, it's difficult to say, well, this is something that, you could really investigate from a scientific perspective. It's more a story or a legend, I think.
I defy you to be driving down that road in late December on a dark night, and just as you pass the Rehoboth-Seekonk line on 44, you think about it. If it doesn't cross your mind for just a second, you haven't read up on it, where you just go, whoa, what if I see him?
Phantom hitchhikers and Native American spirits are not the only alleged hauntings in Rehoboth. Many additional ghost sightings have been reported within this historic community. First settled in 1636, the town stands as one of the oldest settlements in the United States. Rehoboth's long history, coupled with its former territorial reach, resulted in a higher than average number of cemeteries to be constructed within its borders.
The village cemetery has developed quite a reputation for being haunted, and very haunted. There are stories of a little boy seen dancing among the stones, and people have seen him say he has sort of a sinister quality about him. People have reported him asking them not to leave the cemetery, to please stay and play with him. Another ghost in the older section that's seen is a woman in white hovering above the ground, moving about the stones. And there's also been a man seen in dark clothing, and people have nicknamed him Ephraim. He is seen as real as an everyday person, except for his 19th century attire. And he is seen sometimes pounding at the ground and crying and wailing. Another ghost connected with the cemetery is a vaporous form that is seen coming out of the woods when the weather doesn't allow for any kind of mist or fog, and it moves about the cemetery. Palmer River Burial Ground, located on Lake Street, was one of the earliest meeting houses of Rehoboth. People report seeing balls of light moving about the cemetery. One of the most common specters of the cemetery is a colonial soldier. He was described once as looking as if he was out of sync with his surroundings as he walked along the tombstones, running his fingers along the tops of them before he faded away. Two colleagues of mine who were not aware of each other on 2 separate occasions did EVP sessions in the cemetery. One investigator got what sounded like a woman dancing around her, just saying la, 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 la. And she found it very interesting because at the time she made the recording, there was absolutely no ambient sound.
It's all right for you to do that. It's all right for you to do that.
Well, the other investigator I knew was there in the middle of the afternoon, but he left his recorder going as he was leaving the cemetery and caught a woman singing, "You won't let me know your love for me." And it sounds very much like an old tavern song. So we have dubbed her the Singing Lady of Palmer River. The Shad Factory Pond, or Shad Pond Factory, got its name from the pond there that used to fill with shad. In the early 1800s, the Palmer River Manufacturing Company was set up to manufacture cotton yarn. But then unfortunately in 1884, there was a horrible fire that burned the building completely to the ground, and there was no way of saving it. And to this day, the ruins stand there by the Shad Pond. People report seeing phantom balls of light moving around the ruins. And also, like the phantom fires of Anawan Rock, people report seeing these fires dancing amongst the ruins, but yet not burning the ground, no smoke, no heat, no smell, and then they fade away. But probably the best known ghost at the Shad Factory ruins is a very melancholy looking man in black clothing that's seen walking about the ruins. Doesn't say anything to anybody, but he looks incredibly sad and disappears. Rehoboth claims to be the birthplace of public education in America. And at one point in its history, it had 13 one-room schoolhouses throughout the town. Only one of those survives, and it's on Hornbein Road near the intersection of Baker Street and Hornbein. It was built in the 1840s, and it remained a one-room schoolhouse till about 1937. And it's quite a quaint little museum, but it also has a reputation of being haunted. One of the best stories was told about a school teacher that went to the house to visit it, and it seemed to be closed up, but the shutters on the outside were open. And when she went up to the window to look in, she sees a schoolmarm and a whole full class of children. And she figured, oh, it's one of the historic recreations. And she went to the front door. The front door was locked. She knocked on it, nobody answered. And when she went back around, the class was still there. But this time the schoolmarm did notice her and stared at her very oddly, while she and all her students just faded away.
"22 miles to the northeast of Rehoboth sits the town of East Bridgewater. Much like Rehoboth, East Bridgewater contains a high volume of locations known for alleged ghostly hauntings.
We've done several investigations here in East Bridgewater. We've done the East Bridgewater Public Library, the East Bridgewater Town Hall, where there was also a lot of activity. We've also done the Carver Cotton Gin, which we've gotten 2 photographs with full body apparitions in them.
The town also serves as the backdrop for East Bridgewater's Most Haunted, an internet-based television show hosted by paranormal researcher Ann Kerrigan and EVP specialist Mike Markowitz, who in 2009 published EVP, Electronic Voice Phenomenon, Massachusetts Ghostly Voices.
One of the more interesting investigations that I've done with my group, East Bridgewater's Most Haunted, was a house on North Central Street in East Bridgewater. It's a historical home and date back to the early 1800s, I believe, a member of the Keith family.
While we were in there, one of the investigators was upstairs, Ann Kerrigan, and she smelled roses, which is one of the things that the family said that they could smell.
That perfume hit me full in the face, like someone was standing there wearing it.
And as she was explaining this, I had microphones set up in a mixing board and everything. I had the whole house recording. This gunshot rang out.
Stairs, I smell roses. Yep. Like that. Now, I just peeked in whoever's room is to the right. Yeah, you have a big candle on the bureau? It just went right over my voice. Not heard by anybody who was in the room.
When you play that back and you play that, it's absolutely amazing, this loud gunshot. You can even hear it reverberate in the room. It's really a tremendous, tremendous recording. One of my favorites.
Stairs, I smell roses. Yep. Like that. Now, I just peeked in whoever's room is
Right. You have a big candle on the bureau, but it's great for something.
While Rehoboth and East Bridgewater boast the largest collection of alleged ghost stories in the area, numerous reports of hauntings occur throughout the entire Bridgewater Triangle region. To the southwest of East Bridgewater, running from the Assonet village of Freetown, through the remote woodlands of the Freetown-Fall River State Forest, to just beyond the southern edge of the Bridgewater Triangle in Dartmouth, lies a mostly unpaved roadway known as Copacut Road. It is along the 7-mile stretch that many travelers claim to have had run-ins with the menacing Mad Trucker of Copacut Road.
The Mad Trucker of Copacut Road is a great legend that hovers around Freetown State Forest. When you start on Copacut Road, it's paved. You go a little distance, it turns into a dirt road, and after that, it gets almost undrivable, and I know because I was in a car that cracked its oil pan there. But the story goes, you're driving down the road at night, and this pickup truck will come out of nowhere, drive up right behind you, flashing his lights, some crazy guy at the wheel, and run you off the road. Again, this is a case where I've never found someone who has firsthand knowledge. It's just a story that people pass around, and not even that many people know about it. But the story's so good, we keep talking about it.
Although the Hockomock Swamp is likely the most famous location within the Bridgewater Triangle, the Freetown-Fall River State Forest could very possibly be the most feared. Commonly referred to as simply the Freetown State Forest, the area is a 10,000-acre state preserve located within the lower right-hand portion of the Bridgewater Triangle. The forest has a long history of reported paranormal activity, including a series of ghostly hauntings and unexplained creature sightings. But unlike other locations within the Bridgewater Triangle, the Freetown State Forest has seen a disproportionate amount of criminal activity. Some paranormal researchers and enthusiasts point to a negative energy within the forest, which has served to attract a sinister human element.
I think a lot of the criminal activity that happens in Freetown is directly related to the Bridgewater Triangle, whether it is caused by the triangle or whether or not the triangle is the result of whatever predates that. It's not a surprise to me that all this crime takes place here because it's just a darker place.
Maybe the same thing that could actually be causing the paranormal activity in Freetown could also be causing all of these weird crimes to happen.
During the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, rumors of a satanic cult operating within the forest spread fear throughout the local community. Evidence of gruesome animal sacrifices substantiated the rumors and prompted local law enforcement officials to launch investigations into the strange activity. Retired Freetown Police Lieutenant Detective Alan Alves spent much of his career researching the activity of satanic cults in the region and was responsible for the investigations concerning the slaughtered animals. During his many years of investigating cult activity, Alves has seen many strange and disturbing things.
I was a young patrolman way back in the early 70s. We used to patrol the state forest, and we used to come across these people in robes and stuff. And the lieutenant used to tell me, oh, those are leftover hippies from the 60s camping out, because I used to see all kind of weird things over there. But then some hunters and people used to go around, we'd find some evidence of satanic graffiti on the rocks and animal bones, and started looking into it, and we learned that it was some ritualistic satanic activity after I discovered it. The activity started getting even worse. We saw dead animals, cruelty to animals and so forth, and stories and rumors of child molestation and even rumors of homicides and so forth.
Eventually, a lead emerged which identified a satanic cult likely responsible for much of the ritual sacrifice in the state forest. In 1979, the nearby city of Fall River, already famous as the home of the Lizzie Borden murder trial, became engrossed in what would become one of the most sensational homicide cases in Massachusetts history. In October of that year, the remains of Doreen Levesque, a known prostitute, were found behind the stadium bleachers at Diamond Vocational High School in Fall River. Levesque's hands had been tied behind her back, and her skull had been crushed. The crime scene included evidence of sexual abuse and ritualistic overtones. 3 months later, the remains of Barbara Raposa, another known prostitute, were discovered in the woods behind a local printing plant. Like Doreen Levesque, Raposa's hands had been tied together and her skull had been crushed. Over time, investigators learned that members of a local prostitution ring were also participating in satanic rituals.
Detective Alan Sylvia from Fall River and Paul Carey, they did most of that investigation. I was just peripheral on it, but I assisted.
Thank you very
In
much,
November of
Betty Boop, for the super chat.
1979,
And we're going to be
law
doing more
enforcement
stuff like
officials
this on
received
Friday,
multiple
so
leads from several prostitutes
make
that a
sure you tune
satanic
in. We'll
cult
get
was
to watch
conducting
it all.
rituals
Very cool
in
stuff.
both the
I agree.
Freetown State
Thank you
Forest
again very
and
much
a
for
Fall
that.
River housing project. Soon after, Carey and his partner went undercover and attended a satanic ritual in a Fall River apartment building. The ritual involved bizarre chanting and cries of "Hail Satan." Carey learned that 17-year-old pimp and prostitute Robin Murphy and 25-year-old pimp Carl Drew were leading followers in bizarre satanic rites. Eventually, Carey interviewed another local prostitute, Karen Marsden. Marsden stated that both Carl Drew and Robin Murphy had ritualistically murdered Doreen Levesque and Barbara Raposa. Weeks later, Karen Marsden failed to meet with Carey for a follow-up interview. 6 months later, her skull was found at Family Beach in nearby Westport, Massachusetts. Near the skull, police discovered a clump of the victim's hair, along with cat skulls and sheep bones. In 1980, Carl Drew and Robin Murphy were...
You're welcome, Doodlebug. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. And SRB, thank you. And again, guys, anything donated to the PayPal, the Venmo, and or the Cash App from this point on is going to be going directly towards the Junior Prom Brigade in this year. So we appreciate all and any donations from that. Of course, never expected, folks, but like I said, we definitely appreciate it, and that's what it's going towards from at this point right now. So thank you all very much, and SRB, thank you for that again, hon.
were arrested in connection with the string of murders. In the case of Karen Marsden, Murphy pled guilty to second-degree murder. In exchange for a life sentence with the possibility of parole, Murphy agreed to testify against Carl Drew in his upcoming trial. In 1982, Drew was convicted in the first degree for the murder of Karen Marsden. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Condemned by mainstream satanic religious organizations like the Church of Satan and the Temple of Set, ritual sacrifice and criminal deeds in the name of Satan remain controversial subjects. Nevertheless, self-stylized Satanists ritualistically sacrificing animals and committing crimes in the name of the Dark Lord continued in the Freetown State Forest long after the arrests and convictions of Robin Murphy and Carl Drew.
Crazy
In some
stuff,
cases,
guys.
it was
Crazy.
difficult to determine whether hardline Satanists or curious, impressionable teenage youth carried out the subsequent activities. In the late 1980s, a series of grave robberies occurred involving small cemeteries and remote sections of the Freetown State Forest.
They were dug up, skulls removed, remains removed, or at least 4 or 5 that I know of that we found afterwards.
New England Paranormal Research founder and author John Brightman has been investigating strange occurrences in the Bridgewater Triangle for over a decade. Recently, Brightman published Dark Gift, a fictional novel based on his numerous investigations in the Freetown State Forest. Growing up in Freetown, Brightman is well acquainted with the many stories surrounding the State Forest region.
We're at the Freetown Cemetery right off of South Main Street here in Assonet, where this mausoleum behind me was broken into, and juveniles actually stole the head out of here.
They broke into the mausoleum and broke into the crypt. They removed the body from the crypt, body of a female, and they cut the head off. They removed it and put it in the car, but as they were driving away, the smell was so bad that they ended up hiding it in the bushes. We ended up arresting 2 juveniles involved in that break-in, and they were using it to get into a satanic cult.
When they were caught, the story that one of them told was that they believed that they could gain power by drinking from the skull. The other 2 kind of were involved in a periphery way. One of them said he was just along for the ride. The other one said that
Can you drop that separate from the rest of the other links
so
that it can
all
be
of them have
clear,
since
hon,
said
please?
that
Thank
there's
you.
no way they were
Ready?
involved in the occult at all, and it was just kind of a kid's prank. But this is the kind of thing that happens in the state forest.
Obviously, it brought a lot of attention, and people were coming here to check it and see what was going on. They decided to take off the metal gate door and actually brick it in so nobody could break into it ever again.
Just a little bit, Carolyn, just a little bit.
We're here in the Freetown State Forest up at the Faxon Animal Rescue League Pet Cemetery. People that had put down their pets at Faxon would bring
That would
them
be
up here to be
awesome to hear about,
buried.
buddy.
In the 80s, this was shut down because people that were part of cults or trying to get into cults were coming up here, digging up the animals' remains in turn to be able to use that during the rituals.
Many locations in and around the Freetown State Forest have long been associated with alleged satanic activity. Two sites in particular have captured the imaginations of local residents, swirling with rumors of child rape, animal sacrifice, and even ritualistic murder, were a hidden underground bunker and a remote makeshift hut.
A hunter who was walking through the woods discovered an underground bunker. And what this was basically built into a hill. There was an underground lair. It was then covered with a blue tarp, and then of course all the stuff that you would naturally find in the forest. So unless you approached it from the right angle, you wouldn't be able to tell that there was anything there at all.
If you went to the one side, it was dropped down and you could go inside, and it had some disturbing things in it. There's some dolls with heads cut off, and a little tiny chair that a 2-year-old would sit in.
Cash App one, is that right, Doodle?
Out of a tree. Had some bindings there and so forth.
I think that's
it. It was very clear that whatever was working there was kind of connecting some kind of child abuse and perhaps child abduction with some kind of occult twist to it.
There wasn't anything of any evidentiary material there where we could trace back to any individual group. Persons of interest told me about this hut that supposedly was in the woods that was used by the people involved in the Fall River cult. Witnesses indicated that's where some of the rituals took place. We were led down there. It was at least a 2.5-mile walk into the woods. And there we found the hut. We found all the trappings of satanic worship, the upside down pentagram, dolls nailed to the trees and so forth. Apparently it could have been used in the winter because it was made with very insulated material. And it was about the size of a prison cell.
For over 2 decades, the exact locations of these satanic dens remained the subject of debate. However, in the fall of 2012, the producers of this documentary were successful in rediscovering the locations in question. Following a lead from Freetown resident Mike Fournier, the filmmakers were led to the collapsed remains of the notorious underground bunker.
I was walking out in the woods with my father. We came across this little hole in the ground. I remember walking in and seeing a big pentagram on the floor, and then 2 cots with a big fire pit right in the middle. It doesn't really look the same anymore, but this is definitely the spot.
Hidden away off on an old logging trail in the Freetown portion of the state forest, pieces of the barely recognizable bunker are still covered with faint traces of satanic graffiti. Shortly after finding the underground bunker, the filmmakers confirmed an approximate whereabouts of the infamous makeshift hut, commonly referred to as Carl Drew's Shack. Based on information in a 1988 Standard Times article and leads from Alan Alves and a local Cranberry Bog employee, the collapsed remains of the hut were found in a remote section of dense woodlands just outside of the Freetown State Forest. For years, paranormal researchers, ghost tour patrons, and curious investigators have found numerous abandoned hunting cabins, ranger stations, and ice shacks, all of which were mistaken as either the underground bunker or makeshift hut. The 2012 expeditions to the areas in question helped to resolve any confusion regarding the definitive locations of these 2 renowned forest hideaways. And although both the bunker and hut are commonly associated with Carl Drew and the Fall River cult, a definitive link to the suspects in question has never been fully established. Also important to note is that no confirmed human victims of satanic ritualistic sacrifice have ever been discovered within either the boundaries of the Freetown State Forest or within the traditional borders of the entire 200-square-mile Bridgewater Triangle.
Myself and a state police canine unit.
You have to put a $sign before Joe Mayoris.
Bring the dogs in and go around to see if we could find the remains of any bodies buried and so forth in the state forest. So we set up a couple of days to do that with the dogs. And then at the last minute, the powers that be cancel the operation.
No.
The majority of the cults that
Not
find their
for me,
way
it
here to the
didn't. You should
Freetown
just have
State
to click
Forest,
on it and it
whether they be
works.
labeled satanic or whether they be labeled something else,
I don't know.
are
I'm not
not
real keen on
criminal
how
in
these
any way.
things work.
It
Doodle might
just
know.
seems
I'm
to
not
be that the
sure.
more organized that cult becomes, the more likely that they are involved in kind of deeper, darker crimes.
Despite a lack of evidence for crimes involving human sacrifice in the Freetown State Forest, evidence of animal sacrifice was routinely discovered throughout the 1970s, 80s, and 90s.
What began in the forest as pigeons and small animals quickly moved up to larger animals until
I've never
finally
had
there
any
were cow
problems with it.
carcasses
It always
found
works.
here.
In 1999, a dozen
Hang on,
baby
let me check
calves were
something.
slaughtered in a satanic ritual near the Dartmouth side of the forest.
A huge amount of calves left in the middle of state forest with the absence of blood. And they use that blood in their sacrifices.
What that really signaled to people like Alan Alves and other law enforcement was that things were getting more serious, and that perhaps more organized, darker elements were finding their way into the forest.
The cattle mutilations of the late 1990s marked the last known instance of satanic ritual sacrifice in the Freetown State Forest. Although satanic-related crimes and activity often dominate headlines relating to the Freetown State Forest, the area has also been associated with a number of isolated crimes, odd occurrences, and paranormal activity. In 1978, the remains of 15-year-old Raynham resident Mary Lou Arruda were found tied to a tree in the forest.
Mary Lou Arruda was on her bicycle on a dirt road in Raynham, and she was knocked off her bike and kidnapped, brought to the state forest in Freetown, and subsequently murdered. Her body was found 2 months later in November of '78 by two dirt bike riders. I said, we found a headless body tied to a tree.
Very
Like
possible.
a week after Halloween, so I figured it must be a dummy. And they brought me to the area. They wouldn't go near it. They pointed up there, and I walked up the hill, and sure enough, it was a headless body of a female tied to the tree.
Eventually, 32-year-old James Cater was tried and convicted of the kidnapping and murder. The death of Mary Lou Arruda is often confused with crimes committed by the Fall River Satanic Cult.
Although the James Cater case, Mary Lou Arruda case had absolutely nothing to do with a satanic crime, unfortunately, her body was found near some of that activity.
Thank you for that as well, Zelda. Very much
The
appreciate it.
theory that a cult had killed Arruda and not him. This kind of led to an attaching that he was perhaps involved with a cult, and that's what happened.
I had to testify in that case and say that, in my opinion, had nothing to do with that. He appealed it several times, got 3 or 4 trials, but he's still doing life in prison for that crime.
In 1987, a drifter, falsely accused of being a police informant, was murdered in the forest. In 2001, 2 men were found shot to death in a car on Bell Rock Road in the same region. In 2006, multiple strange incidents involving animals occurred in the forest, including the discovery of numerous abandoned dogs in various stages of aggression and the reported sightings of an escaped wandering emu. As the site of a Wampanoag Indian reservation, and like many other locations within the Bridgewater Triangle, the Freetown State Forest boasts a long history of reported paranormal activity related to Native American legends. Elusive pukwudgies are said to roam the woods of the state forest. Pukwudgies are 3-foot-tall beings associated with Wampanoag folklore.
Pukwudgies were mischievous and caused the Wampanoags trouble, and everything that went wrong, it was because of the Pukwudgies. It predates the colonialization of the country. It predates even the kind of organizing of the Wampanoag tribe. And then somewhere in the Wampanoags' history, they take this very weird twist where they go from being troublemakers to being labeled as evil. And then eventually, when they begin Christianizing the Wampanoags, being talked of as the foot soldiers of the devil.
Humanistic in their features, pukwudgies possess enlarged noses, fingers and ears, and smooth gray skin. Pukwudgies are also said to have magical powers, including the ability to disappear and the ability to glow in the dark.
They control these bursts of light, which are called taipaiwunkas, which today we probably would refer to as orbs. But then they also seem to be controlled by this darker force, this almost shadow-like creature who seems to have control over them, or at least to be observing what they're doing. So I can always tell a Pukwudgie experience from something else because it has those different elements. They're never in isolation with each other.
Pukwudgie sightings in the Freetown State Forest share striking similarities with William Russo's unexplained creature encounter. Christopher Balzano's book Dark Woods features an eyewitness account from a woman named Joan who encountered an alleged Pukwudgie while walking her dog in the Freetown State Forest. Although William Russo's creature encounter took place 20 miles to the north of the Freetown State Forest in the Hockomock Swamp, some paranormal researchers are now wondering if Russo may have encountered a Pukwudgie. In May of 2008, a bizarre incident was caught on camera while filming a segment for Chris Balzano's book and DVD, Picture Yourself Ghost Hunting. The following clip features a woman named Maureen struggling with what some investigators claim was possession at the hands of a Pukwudgie.
Maureen, push him up. Ron, you're still connected here.
Ron, watch her going back too far.
Yeah. Maureen.
Come on, Maureen, fight him.
Oh, come on, Maureen.
Don't let her go back too far, Ron.
Don't let her give me the water.
Yeah.
Maureen. Maureen. Maureen.
Holy water.
Maureen. Leave this boy. Angel, leave this boy. It's not your own. Come here. Leave it. Leave the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit. Leave this boy. Leave it. Leave it. What's wrong?
According to camera operator Andrew Lake, a strange light was later seen in the distance as Maureen recovered from the alleged attack. The ledge is arguably the most famous location within the Freetown State Forest. Outside the realm of Pukwudgie-related incidents, the site has been associated with a high volume of paranormal activity.
I was walking out onto the ledge and I saw this woman in white standing out on the promenade. And I turned around to the people I was with to say, hey, we're not alone. Turned around and she was gone. And at that first instant, I figured, oh crap, she jumped. So I went running over to the edge to look down to find nobody. And the two town residents.
Yeah, according to what I see in here, that's what it is. It's the $ Joe Mayor.
To tell me this folklore about a woman who had committed suicide because her lover was supposed to meet her here.
It's one of those things where it makes for a really good backstory. We don't know whether the backstory is true, and it probably isn't, but it doesn't discount the fact that she's seen here.
Paranormal researchers routinely debate the validity of the Bridgewater Triangle's traditional borders.
The original boundaries, as described by Lauren Coleman, made for a nice, tidy triangle based on his research. But in the years since, the more people have talked about the Bridgewater Triangle and the more that they've shared stories and experiences, we've seen that the triangle has to expand.
To me, the geographic boundaries of it are kind of a framework for looking at it and trying to identify areas within the triangle where anomalous phenomena are commonly reported. And certainly there are areas that are immediately adjacent to the boundaries of the Bridgewater Triangle that have a very high level of activity with a lot of sightings. But there are also areas within the established boundaries of the triangle where there's a very low level of activity.
It's not a completely straight line that defines this region. It spreads. And when you talk about legendary areas, it's always going to spread. You know, a legend may start in one little tiny parcel of land, but the sightings, the region is going to grow over time. That's just a natural process of legends. People have experiences elsewhere, and it ties back to the original source.
Now it's to the point where I almost wonder if there even is a triangle anymore, that it's just an ever-reaching tentacle that as each year passes, and more activity takes place and more people are paying attention to it, those tentacles just start to reach out further and further. Who knows, you know, the Bridgewater Triangle could eventually encompass the entire world.
How the reported strange events within the Bridgewater Triangle all tied together remains another widely debated topic.
When I was first investigating the sightings here, it seemed to me like there would be so many Bigfoot sightings and UFO sightings and ghosts and monsters and creatures and aliens. It had to be that the Bridgewater Triangle was some kind of a vortex or a portal. But you know, over the years, I've kind of taken a different view of it. And now I think maybe it's just that in our 21st century lives, we're kind of divorced from the natural world around us in a lot of ways. And going into the Freetown State Forest and going into the wilderness of the Hockomock Swamp, that something inside us responds to that. Maybe in a way that harkens back to our Stone Age ancestors. And maybe that's what ties it all together.
Years ago, my brother and I, we went and stayed in the Amazon rainforest in Peru. And the shamans there believe that the jungle itself has a spirit, has a soul. And I think that the Hockomock is one of those places. I feel as though the Hockomock has its own soul. It's a very old soul, and it has a memory. And some of the things that it's experienced, such as King Philip's War, I feel as though it holds those memories. And every now and then, when someone goes out into the swamp, they experience something through the swamp.
I think that we've got something very unique going on in the Bridgewater Hockomock area that we should at least acknowledge and keep our eyes and ears open to the new stories that keep presenting themselves even when we don't want them necessarily.
When you're looking at the Bridgewater Triangle, nothing can be isolated. All of these things are interconnected, and that's really the initial force that drove Coleman. So for us to ever fully understand what's going on in the Bridgewater Triangle, we have to look at it through a cryptozoological lens. We have to look at it through a ufology lens. We have to look at it through a ghostly lens, because only when we kind of evaluated the area through all of those different perspectives and combine our evidence, combine what we found, and be open to the fact that those things might kind of all be playing on the same thing, that we're ever going to really understand what's going on in the triangle.
You can't look at the Bridgewater Triangle as just an area where there's paranormal activity. You have to look at the underlying layers of all the history, all of the geological factors. And the more people who are studying it, the more we're actually going to be documenting. So is it just a case of we're documenting more here because it's been brought into the limelight, or is it a case where there really is just more activity here for us to document?
The Bridgewater Triangle is definitely one of the most popular topics on our show. We can see the download numbers that spike when we talk about the Bridgewater Triangle. We can see the website hits that spike when we have triangle-related guests. It's amazing that for something that 10 years ago people might not have ever heard of, it's now becoming one of the preeminent paranormal stories in the world.
I really modestly and humbly came up with this name, and I'm just as surprised 30 years later that it's such a worldwide phenomenon.
The Bridgewater Triangle, being an area filled with paranormal activity, obviously makes it very special, in my opinion. I know the Bermuda Triangle, everybody seems to know about that, so it would be nice if we could spread the word about the Bridgewater Triangle.
After all the investigations we've done here within the triangle and the photographs we've caught, as well as the disembodied voices on our EVP recorders, I do believe in the Bridgewater Triangle.
The Bridgewater Triangle is definitely a haunted location. Every time I record, there's always something that gets picked up without question.
The Bridgewater Triangle is real. There's no question in my mind. The weirdest things happen here, the most unexplained things happen here, and you can feel it in that state forest. I dare anybody to go there in that middle of state forest at midnight or in the dark and tell me if you don't sense something that you don't sense anywhere else. I can't be in a state forest at night. Even with a gun, I was uncomfortable in the state forest.
Whatever it is, we keep talking about this region for some reason. And the reason is something real happened here. There's no other way. You take away the real events and it's just a story. Stories go away.
I don't believe in the Bridgewater Triangle. I accept it.
Don't go away yet, guys. There's more. Hold on. Definitely got more for you. Hope you guys enjoyed that part of it, because there's more to come. For sure. All right, let's see. Yeah. Where is it? Where is it? All right. One moment here. All right, this comes in behind it too. I want you guys to check this out as well. All right, and we're off.
The year was 1620. The Pilgrims had left England on board the Mayflower to escape into religious
Thank you
freedom
so much,
and search
Betty.
for a new world. It was a long journey for the Pilgrims during the harsh winter. A lot of them got sick and passed away. On December 21st, the Pilgrims came ashore at Plymouth. After 66 days at sea and several weeks docked in Provincetown while the passengers explored Cape Cod. The English settlers met the Native Americans for the first time on this new land. The Native Americans provided skins, hides, food, knowledge, and other materials and supplies to help the settlers survive. In 1621, the colonists sat down for a 3-day meal with the Wampanoag tribe to show their appreciation, marking this the very first Thanksgiving. As the years passed, there was conflicts and concerns posed to the natives about long-established territory. Still, colonists were able to build their colonies. The settlers were now at complete harmony in the New World. In January 1675, 3 men from the Wampanoag tribe killed a praying Indian named John Sassamon, who converted over to Puritanism. They believed he was a spy for the colonists. On January 29th, John's body was found in Assawamsett Pond in Lakeville, Massachusetts. In June of that year, the 3 Wampanoags were tried at Plymouth Court and sentenced to death and executed by the colonists. This created tension between the colonists and the natives. Chief Metacomet, also known to the English as King Philip, the son of the late Chief Massasoit, disagreed with the laws being governed on his land, that same land that he and the rest of the Wampanoags felt was being overtaken by the settlers. The majority of the natives' land was the Hockomock Swamp. The term Hockomock means place where spirits dwell. This land was very sacred to the natives. Even the Wampanoags feared what is now the 16,950-acre burial grounds. So King Philip and the Wampanoags launched a war against the settlers.
Yes, thank you so
This was
very much,
known
Betty Boop.
as the
Very,
Great
very
Swamp
much.
Massacre. King Philip's War is considered to be the bloodiest war in U.S. history. It left several hundred colonists dead, and dozens of English settlements were burned down. Thousands of Indians were killed, wounded, or captured and sold into slavery. The Wampanoags had an advantage over the English. They knew the swamp better and completed many attempts when ambushing the English soldiers. The day was August 12, 1676. English soldiers, accompanied by a Christian Indian named John Alderman, were able to track the whereabouts of King Philip at Mount Hope in Rhode Island. John Alderman shot King Philip through his heart. King Philip was decapitated, and his head was hung on a pike in Plymouth for 2 decades.
Thank you so
So ever
much
since King
again.
Philip's War, it's been believed that the natives cursed the land because people have reported a strange phenomena dating all the way back to the colonial days. From ghosts to UFOs, balls of fire in the sky, the demonic big black dog, snakes the size of stovepipes, pterodactyl and thunderbird sightings. Even Bigfoot has been reported lurking right here in the swamp. In 1975, cryptozoologist Warren Coleman started studying these weird sightings.
Cryptozoology is the study of hidden or unknown animals. It's the pursuit of these animals to try to discover new species. A lot of people like to talk about Bigfoot, lake monsters, Loch Ness Monster, Yeti, sea serpents. Those are what I call the celebrity cryptids.
He noticed these paranormal reports in a triangular region, with Edmonton at the north, Freetown at the southeast, and Rehoboth at the southwest. In 1983, Lauren published his book, Mysterious America. He wrote a chapter about his findings, calling the region the Bridgewater Triangle. So with our equipment ranging everything from laser grids to EMF meters, spirit boxes, and night vision cameras, we put our boots to the ground and started to investigate these areas. One of the particular places that we like to investigate in the triangle is the Hockomock Swamp. Lake Nippanicket, also known as Lake Nip, is in the heart of the swamp. And strange occurrences happen right here on this lake. Strange phantom fires appear, then quickly disappear. And so many victims have drowned in this lake, and strangely, the water is only 3 feet deep and 7 feet at its deepest.
So the Nip here, it's a really shallow lake. A friend of mine and myself, we walked the entire perimeter. As long as you're wearing a pair of waders, you can get all the way out to that island over there. We've never tried crossing it. We hear that it's about between 3 and 7 feet deep, but I have heard stories of, people drowning, people seeing lights and flickers out from the islands and everything as well too. A lot of people go fishing here during the day, but you never really see anybody here at night.
Good point, Terry.
So it's a shallow place, and it's unexplained why people go missing here.
So why have so many people drowned if it's only 3 feet deep? Well, a lot of people believe that there's quicksand at the bottom of the lake, or is it cursed by the natives? Because it is in the heart of the Hockomock Swamp. Flowing from the Nip into the swamp is the Town River, which further down turns into the Taunton River. Crossing over the river is the Skim Milk Bridge. The bridge got its name from the river having a clay coloring at one time. In 1916, Brockton resident Evelyn Packard took her canoe down the river. Oddly, her canoe was found by the bridge, but she went missing, like many others that enter the swamp. Covering the story was a reporter who strangely discovered what is now called Solitude Stone on Forest Street in West Bridgewater. So the reporter that was covering the story on the missing girl decided to sit down at this very stone right here to have a break. And when he stood up, he noticed the strange carvings in the stone that read, and you can barely make out the carving, but it reads, "All ye who in future days walk by none contested stream, love not him who hummed his lay, cheerful to the parting beam, but the beauty that he wooed in this quiet solitude." And it was carved in the year 1862 by Reverend Timothy Otis Payne.
While we were at the Skim Milk Bridge at the Hockomock Swamp, I heard whispers coming from all around us. Did you just hear that?
No.
It sounded like a female scream coming from that direction.
I heard that too. I don't know. I said that too.
There's someone talking. There's whispers coming from the swamp.
What do you mean by that, Betty?
Because you heard a scream up ahead by the car and back there.
Yeah,
now we're
here.
now we're hearing something coming from the swamp, like whispers.
And we caught a strange ecto mist coming by the camera.
Oh, you're saying quicksand. Gotcha.
One night we were out in the swamp by Lake Nip, and we witnessed up in the trees this blue type of mist that came down like lightning, and it appeared in the shape of a face. I mean, I can't explain it.
When I was overseeing in the swamp, I heard voices everywhere, all around us.
I might grab somebody.
What? Not from that way.
It's over there. You heard it again?
I heard voices that way.
Again.
It's all coming from over here.
There's a bunch of them too.
No, now I hear it from over there.
Hello? We were in EMF meters, and when Shelly held it, it went off. There was a feather on the side of the path.
Went off?
Oh, shit. Right here.
And there's a feather.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And this is native
Oh,
territory.
that's crazy.
People say whenever they go into the swamp, they get this unearthly feeling of being watched. I know whenever I'm in the swamp, I always feel that eyes are on me. Also, phantom sounds of native drums can be heard beating at nighttime.
Could that be drums?
It does sound like drums. "11 years ago, 24-year-old Jonathan Harlow got lost while exploring the Hockomock Swamp. Today, he lives to tell his horrified story of what he experienced alone in the swamp.
I heard about this place. People told me if you go down this certain road, there's a back pathway. And if you keep, and that leads you all the way down the Hockomock Swamp. Everything said no about it. Like, you shouldn't go by yourself. Like, no, but here I am, nothing to do by myself, 24 years old. I just went down this pathway and I just started walking in one direction only, thinking I would never get lost. I was just like, all right, time to turn around and go back. I turned around, I walked back, and I started walking in that direction. And I was just like, how come the path isn't here anymore? Kept on feeling like I was going in circles. Like, it was just everywhere. My phone, it started staticking. It was like, shh.
No worries, Carl. Thank you for being here.
This is like one of the old day Virgin Mobile flip phones. So I'm sitting there with the phone and I'm just like, all right, let me take out the battery. It's still doing it. It's still doing it. Like, this is when I know like something's going on, because it's still doing it. Night came around. And here we go about the night. My first night out there, it sounds like people are walking around me as I'm sitting up there against this tree in the middle of the night. And I kid you not, when I'm sitting there in the middle of the night, it felt like somebody was like right here away from my face. First, you would start hearing voices. I heard English voices, and then you can hear Wampanoag voices, and then you'd start seeing apparitions, like full body apparitions of people just walking through. But anyways, I'll tell you about one of the apparitions I saw. It was a Native American woman. She was carrying her baby in one of those leather sacks, and she took the leather sack off her back, took the baby out of the leather sack, held it against her arms, and got really close to the edge of this big, huge black river. She jumps right in there. And then you never saw her again. Like, that was it. I seen these little, they're like probably about like yay high. They're probably about yay high. And they wear like cloaks, and they have big, huge, round eyes. Big, huge, round eyes, and they have like a slit for lips. And they walk around like in like a huddled like motion. But like they walk down and then they like in a huddled motion as they move along.
This cryptid that's described is identical to what William Russo encountered in the town of Rainham back in 1990. William was out late one night walking his dog Samantha through a path where the high-tension wires run. When he came to the road, he spotted a mysterious creature that spoke out in a high-pitched voice saying, "E want you here." William best interprets the cryptid's dialogue to, "We want you, come here."
I'll tell you about the battle I saw. I crept up on this large opening that's out there in the middle of the swamp. I saw these people walking up, and I thought it was like a whole bunch of people, like as a group. And I was just like, yeah, okay. Thought I found some people, and I'm running along, and as I get closer, I'm just like, oh my god, like these aren't who I thought they were. So I cut right into the woods. But as I stood there, I saw a battle I saw a battle happen. That was between the English and the Native Americans. As I walked into this area, I saw like a place with huts everywhere, and like they were speaking in the native tongue, but like I understood it. I understood it. It was Dutchmen. It was Dutch people that came along with the Pilgrims that also took out the Native Americans. And as they were saying that, they said, "Come on out, come on out." And as these people were coming out, like people would race out of there, and then like they were getting chased down and they were getting beat and they were burning down all their huts. I saw everything just like happen like right before my eyes, and then like it was gone in an instant. I just still kept in my one direction, and I still remember as I seen this house. I saw this house when I was out there. I was just like, oh my God, is this house real? And I walk up to this house, I would knock on this door, and I swear to God, I was just like, are you real? Are you real? Because after being out there and seeing everything that I've seen, I mean, you start questioning everything. I'm literally getting goosebumps. Like, as I'm talking about this, I literally walked up to this house and I asked this person, I was like, are you real? Are you real? This person thought I was a nutbag. He offered me a shower at his house. Then after I started talking, he was just like, maybe we should go down to the police station. And I was just like, oh my God, like they're going to think I'm crazy. It was the most craziest thing. I got took back to my car. I would never go back there ever again. I don't know why. I got chosen to see all these things, or why I even got to experience a lot of the things that I saw.
So strangely, it seems that Jonathan witnessed firsthand King Philip's War in the year 1675. Now, how is this possible? How did Jonathan travel through time? Well, maybe he stepped through a time warp.
So much,
I mean, there are
Carolyn.
these pockets that have been reported throughout the Bridgewater Triangle. People claim to step into these wormholes. They report being in one place 1 minute and then a second later being in another. On March 26, 1934, a 4-year-old Rehoboth boy named Alden Johnson was playing on his parents' farm with his sister. The boy decided to go into the woods to pick flowers. He thought by selling them, he could become rich. All of a sudden, the boy screamed so loud that Alden's mother ran outside, but the 4-year-old boy was gone. The boy's mother feared the worst, that Alden had been kidnapped. During the next 48 hours, state police and volunteers combed the woods and drained the ponds in the area, thinking that the boy had drowned, but no trace of Alden. To that date, it had been the largest, most extensive search in the state for a single person. That was until nearby Civil Conservation Corps workers spotted Alden. The boy approached the CCC workers holding branches and twigs and asked them if they wanted to buy some flowers. The CCC workers were shocked that the young boy seemed fine after being out during the freezing cold nights. Alden didn't realize he was missing for 2 days. He felt as if he was in the woods for only a few minutes. He had no injuries, and strangely, Alden had no recollection for his terrified scream or anything that had happened to him after that. We know we have to enter through a black hole in order for time travel to be possible. Let's take this piece of paper for an example, and I'm going to go ahead and poke a hole for each end of the paper. Now let's pretend this pencil represents me in the present, and this is my timeline. From point A to point B is a good distance, unless the space-time continuum was to bend somehow, and I was to enter through a black hole and come out the other end. Now I just traveled a shorter path from point A to point B. Late one night, 2 couples were driving with 2 of their friends. They were traveling west on Route 195 going home to Providence, when suddenly, out of nowhere, a black orb appeared in the middle of the road. The motorists tried to avoid it, but they ended up driving through this mysterious black orb. All 4 friends panicked and decided not to stop, so they kept going. Moments later, they found themselves driving in Taunton. They were confused how they ended up 14 miles east, opposite from their destination. Another victim who wishes to remain anonymous had a similar experience one day in West Bridgewater. John Doe was out driving south on Route 24. He normally gets into the right lane before traveling under the West Street Bridge to prepare to turn onto the 106 exit. John Doe sees the sign for his exit coming up, but this time, there was no bridge and the exit was gone. Within seconds, he found himself 4.5 miles down the highway in Bridgewater by the 495 exit towards Worcester. John Doe remembers listening to the radio and claims the song that was playing didn't even skip a beat. It's as if no time had gone by at all. Throughout the thick swamp, the most reported sighting is none other than the classic Bigfoot to inhabit the Hockomock. Throughout the 1970s, police repeatedly were trying to track down what they thought was a bear. One officer reported being on patrol and suddenly from behind, a Bigfoot lifted up the back of his cruiser.
There was a lady who I worked with
No worries,
at an undisclosed
everybody.
place. Her father was the man that got his car lifted up by Bigfoot. Like, I asked her about it too. She was just, she was so adamant about it. She goes like, I saw it in his face, and he was very scared. He was very scared. I'd always try to go in detail about it. She goes like, it just wasn't one thing he would like really talked about it, but you saw the fear in his face.
To this day, many Bigfoot hunters gear up to comb the swamplands in search for the truth. They look for clues such as Sasquatch colonies and listen out for the howling cries from this gigantic beast. It's been believed that tree knocking is the appropriate way to call out a Bigfoot by banging on a tree with a stick, and from a distance, the beast will knock back.
Definitely hearing something. Let's see if we can get some knocking. We got a response.
Enormous snakes the size of stovepipes have been allegedly reported in the Hockomock Swamp. In the 1930s, the CCC came running out of the swamp after seeing these giant reptiles. The largest snake in the world is the reticulated python and is found in Southeast Asia, not commonly in the northern United States. Another cryptid phenomena are large raptors, possibly thunderbirds and firebirds, that have been seen flying throughout the Bridgewater Triangle.
Thank you, Dada.
My aunt and uncle actually have seen some bird thing. I mean, like they saw it like the few months after me and my dad went in here.
Yep.
This thing is so effed up.
These reports overlap with the pterodactyl sightings. Kristen Evans tells her story to West Bridgewater Community Access about her pterodactyl sighting late one night in the town of Abington.
One night I was driving down the street and something hit my car, and to my shock, my entire windshield was covered in, of all things, yolk. And there are pieces of shell about this big all over my car. The next morning, my mother said, "You're never going to believe what happened last night." My friend and I were sitting outside in the backyard when all of a sudden we started hearing crashes. We ran out, and Kristen, we saw a pterodactyl. I swear to God. Of course, I was like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "It had dangly legs. It was massive. It was crashing through the trees. The trees are still broken if you want to go see." So that happened around 10 o'clock, and when the egg dropped on my car, it was around 1:30, but it was not more than an eighth of a mile apart. Those are just a few things that happened when growing up, and
A pterodactyl?
I had no idea there
What
was
the
a
hell?
name for this area, and it's called the Bridgewater Triangle. So I am definitely not alone in growing up in this area and having strange experiences.
So when I was 14 years old, and this was back in 1996, me and a childhood friend of mine, Troy, we were riding our bikes down the old quad trails behind Brockton High. All of a sudden, the wind started picking up, the shrubs were blowing like crazy. I look up in the sky and I see this big, humongous bird, probably about 3 stories up. It had a wingspan of an old 1978 Lincoln Town Car, and it flew going south towards the Hockomock Swamp. And this was before I ever even heard of the Bridgewater Triangle. Paranormal researcher Robert Rivas takes a sample of the water from the Hockomock to conduct tests and to check for the turbidity level to gauge for any waste remains from prehistoric species.
This is Robert Rivas here. I'm out in Bridgewater Triangle in a section known as the Hockomock Swamp, which is huge. Yeah, it's just a small portion of it that you see. But I felt like it was incumbent upon me to collect a sample of the swamp water, to analyze it in many ways, with different resources at my disposal, scientific, instruments, sensitive instruments that I brought with me. But I'm all suited up. I got my waders on, and I'm not afraid to get wet. And I don't know how murky it is or how deep it is, and I'm just gonna try it out, going slow, and see, if I sink in, how far I sink in, because I'd like to get ready to muck about in the Hockomock Swamp. But let's get a sample. I'm going to be checking NTUs, nephelometric turbidity units. All right. What I'm also going to do is mix this sample up with a vortex mixer, a vortex generator, because, vortices have been a staple of the phenomena that's described in this area. And I felt like bring a way to create my own vortex. And I felt use the Hockomock Swamp to make the vortex itself. But this will be saved for that purpose.
The Hockomock isn't the only place to witness these cryptids. The town of Abington was unfortunate to have an encounter. On the morning of April 30th, 1976, 12-year-old Carol Kane went out to her backyard to feed her 2 ponies, Jojo and Peekaboo, and to her surprise, she saw an enormous black dog covered with blood feeding on them. She ran in terror into the house for her father, Philip Kane. Philip ran outside with a baseball bat, half awake, only to find the ponies with their throats ripped out. The dog disappeared into the adjoining swamps after the town panicked and went under lockdown. The next day, police officer Frank Curran followed up on a lead to the dog's whereabouts on the Summer Street Railroad tracks. The officer fired at the dog, but the shot seemed to miss. The dog turned and walked off in the opposite direction. That was the last this beast was ever seen. What's interesting about the triangle is that there's many different theories for the strange phenomena. Some believe that it's due to a vortex, while others believe that it's due to all the negative energy from all the blood spill that's embedded into the land as a result of King Philip's War, while others believe that there's a curse. I mean, a curse would definitely play a major key role for all the strange occurrences. Just look at the Ames family. They were very successful. However, though, their ancestors fought in King Philip's War. Then all of a sudden they started to have these unexplained deaths and even some tragic deaths. It's almost as if this curse now is coming back around to haunt them. The Ames family is a well-known Easton family for their success in a shovel company and as politicians throughout the 19th century. Oliver Ames was the 35th governor of Massachusetts in office from January 6, 1887 to January 7, 1890. The Ames Shovel Works was a world-class factory responsible for supplying many of America's major construction events. With the family's riches, Oakes Ames constructed the Ames Mansion in 1910 on Wampanoag territory with help from his wife Blanche Ames, who contributed by using her engineering talents to transform the land from swamps and marshes into the forest and trails of today known as Borderland State Park. But their riches and fame root from success in early America after their ancestors fought in King Philip's War. The Ames family's success started to fold. Frederick Ames Sr. took over the shovel company, and on the morning of September 13, 1893, he died unexpectedly aboard his steamboat. His son, Frederick Lothrop Ames Jr., commissioned architects to build a mansion on the unceded wampum land. In 1904, the Stonehill House was constructed, which is now a part of Stonehill College. Lothrop took ill on May 1st, 1921. He had surgery on May 6th, appeared to recover just fine, but died on June 19th at his home. His son, also named Frederick Ames Jr., born on May 1st, 1905, was a Harvard grad student.
I can definitely
and
look
had a
into it,
career
Andy.
as
No
a
problem,
pilot.
man.
The Ames Flying Field, located on the property of the Stonehill House, which is now nicknamed Skyhawk, was used as an airfield for Frederick to fly from and to Boston. On November 6, 1932, Frederick was flying over the town of Randolph when suddenly the plane went into a flat spin, crashing into a stone wall. On the anniversary of Frederick's death, a mist comes off the pond and creates a blanket of fog over the campus, which is said to be the result of the calling card from this curse on the Ames family. So guys, we are picking up a mist, not on the pond, but over there on campus. And what's strange is it's disappearing the later it gets, and there is no mist at all on the street. So Paul just made a good point. The mist actually seems like it's heading away from the pond, so we might have already missed it. And of course, it wouldn't be the Bridgewater Triangle with the strange phenomena if we didn't have any legends about the devil and witches. The town of Norton is the most notable in the triangle for having ties with the devil and for witchcraft. In the late 17th century, when George Leonard was a young man, he was riding throughout the forest when suddenly he was approached by a tall man wearing all black. The stranger had a proposition for George. If George would be willing to part with ownership of his soul, he would make George rich and powerful for as long as he lived. George agreed, not knowing that this tall stranger was Satan. Mysteriously and suddenly, George became one of the most powerful and influential men in the area. He became a judge, a major in the local militia, and he married the beautiful Anna Tisdale. This deal had only one obstacle. Satan and George never agreed on how long that George would actually live for. George died in 1716 at the age of 45. On the night of his death, George's wife, Anna, walked into the bedroom of their mansion and saw Satan scoop up her husband's body, and he launched out the window. The devil landed on a nearby rock so hard that his footprints were embedded on the rock's surface. Satan disappeared with George's body into the night. At George's funeral, his body was replaced with a log in his coffin.
Hey, kids,
When I first learned about the story, I was thinking to myself, well, why didn't anyone suspect George's wife as being the main culprit for her husband's disappearance? I mean, she was the only one to have claimed to have seen Satan for himself. However, though, I took into consideration that there's many rocks scattered throughout New England with the devil's hoof embedded into it.
Back in the day, people were big believers in witches and devils. And also the trials of the witches just ended also. So people were in fear of that also.
Just around the corner from the Leonard Mansion, Ann Cobb lived near the pond in the Barrowsville section of Norton in the late 1700s. One day, Ann left her house to run an errand at the store 2 miles away. She was riding her horse and buggy over a bridge, today known as Witch Bridge, that crosses over the Wanding River. She rode by the cemetery and headed down West Main Street to Norton Center to make her purchase of dry goods. Ann realized she forgot a particular item at home, so she had to ride back over the bridge to her house 2 miles out of her way to retrieve it. However, she was able to ride back into town rather quickly. Eyebrows were raised and chins dropped. Everyone thought she must have supernatural powers. Perhaps maybe she flew, everyone thought, or she was transported by some sort of evil spirit. From then on, Anne was the talk of the town. People avoided her. That was until She died in the year 1798. The site of King Philip's Cave in Norton is where Chief Metacomet hid near the end of King Philip's War before meeting his death.
You know, many times material captures energy in some sort of recordable way. We haven't figured it out entirely, but we can certainly intuitively and right-brained, experience-wise, experience the effect of some of this ingrained energy. When you have a place of high emotion, and this is where we find a lot of these haunted places come into play, it seems that that energy gets captured somehow. I find that wood holds its own vibration, stone holds its own vibration. Many different materials have their own properties. And of course, when we talk about haunted objects, such as dolls, that's one of my favorite subjects to approach. You know, these things are comprised of many different things. That circumstance, I think, is more intentional.
Hey, Will B, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining.
Whereas the energy that I'm referencing is probably more residual, but just as impactful nonetheless.
We heard all kinds of strange sounds coming from outside the cave. It almost sounded like someone was walking, to be honest with you. So we went to go investigate, and we couldn't figure out where these sounds were coming from. But I do remember it was a warm fall night, and I was drinking Mountain Dew, and I had left my empty bottle on top of a rock. So when we headed back to the cave, something threw this empty bottle in my direction. I left all my stuff in the cave.
Whoa, shit! What the fuck?
So we started to walk down this path that was near the cave, and the temperature started to decrease on my EMF meter, and all of a sudden I heard something walking in the woods towards the right of me, and then that's when Paul had the experience with the apparition.
So I was walking down the path, I looked to my right, and I saw this figure with a grainy face. He looked at me, and he just walked off.
All right, so the meter's not doing it now, but the temperature just dropped to like 60, and it went back up real fast. Sounds like someone walking. What?
Come here, you gotta see this dude.
What?
I don't know, something just walked by. All I saw was an arm and a grainy face looking at me as it's walking that way.
Where?
Right here at this rock. And it came from behind the rock, heading that way.
Which way was it walking?
That way.
That's where I was standing, too, when the meter dropped, the temperature dropped. I was standing over there, and I thought I heard someone walking over there. So I'm thinking that this presence of a native felt disrespected, like I was going to leave my trash on a sacred land.
Now, my theory is that this may have actually been a watcher spirit, and I'm finding a lot of this type of energy around these sites. What they're doing is not necessarily that they're affiliated with the site itself. It's that they're protecting whatever's left within the sacred area. Of course, Chief Metacomet being one of the inhabitants of this area, that holds a certain significance. And because the Native Americans were so spiritual and had their own connection with spirits, as we've mentioned before, this may be something in way of what's here today, protecting, once again, this land from any sort of degradation.
While traveling on Route 44 in Rehoboth, just after the Seekonk town line, you just might pass by the phantom red-headed hitchhiker. They say he's a tall lumberjack man wearing work boots, brown work pants, a red flannel shirt. He has a red beard and red hair. It's alleged that he was a nearby farmer who passed away from being struck by a car while changing a tire for a stranded motorist. Motorists claim while driving at night on Route 44, they spot this mysterious man hitchhiking. Drivers will pull over to offer him a ride. The red-headed man will get into the passenger seat without saying a word. The ghostly hitchhiker will sit there in silence with eyes that are described to be lifeless. The Good Samaritan will continue driving, and suddenly the hitchhiker vanishes from the car. Then, following the disappearance, there will be a brief radio interference with the sound of laughter. It seems that every town has a ghost story of a phantom hitchhiker. Now, the problem I have with the story is the fact that there is no supporting evidence at all to back up any kind of tragic deaths on the road. And you would think with the story circulating so much throughout the Bridgewater Triangle that a family member would come forward and say, well, wait a minute, they're describing a relative of mine, but no one has. I mean, what was he, the redheaded stepchild of the family, an outcast? So I wasn't really a believer in the story until one night we were driving down Route 44, and my seatbelt alarm was chiming because none of us were buckled up. And Seneca handed me the spirit box from the back seat. Then all of a sudden a voice came through that said, "You're out of your seatbelt." Now, the only ones that would know about that would be me and the passengers in my car.
Oh, yeah. Like this. So I set up pretty much.
So we're going to try doing a spirit box session right here in the car.
They say you hear static interference from a laugh on the radio, and we also picked up on the spirit box as well.
Whoa.
What the fuck was that?
That was a laugh. That was a laugh.
No fucking way, dude.
Along the stretch of Route 44 is the site of Anawan Rock, where Captain Benjamin Church captured Chief Anawan on August 28, 1676, which was 2 weeks after King Philip was defeated, marking this date the final end to King Philip's War. So here we are over by Anawan Rock, where Benjamin Church had captured Chief Anawan during King Philip's War. Now, Chief Anawan ended up handing over his special wampum belt to Benjamin Church in exchange for peace. And it was said that he inherited the belt from Chief Massasoit over by Profile Rock in Freetown State Forest. However, Benjamin Church ended up keeping the wampum belt, and later on, Chief Anawan was beheaded. Now, no one really knows what happened to the special wampum belt that was so important to the natives, but it's said that the land will remain cursed until the wampum belt is returned. Now, people have claimed to see Native Americans dancing in the swamp next to this rock, and when I was behind Anawan Rock years ago, I heard someone walking beside me. I'm hearing heavy footsteps. Real heavy. I'm hearing it again. It's real close to me. What's up?
Keep hearing voices and footsteps over here.
Do they sound like a loud thump like
No,
that?
they sound soft.
The ones I heard were like loud over there behind the rock. Now, Rochelle was sitting on this bench alone, and I left my little digital recorder on the bench next to her. And when I went back and played it, she had a conversation with whatever presence was out here that night. So we're going to put the EVP down on this bench. And we're going to see what we can get recorded.
Hey, honey.
And for the rest of the night, Rochelle was acting very strange.
I'm cold and I feel a cold spirit. I just don't know where it could be in this woods.
So Rehoboth is one of the oldest towns in Massachusetts. It's very historical, and sometimes that's the main key ingredient if you were mixing a haunted cocktail, such as other key ingredients like stone or water, which is a perfect conductor. At 144 Horbine Road in the town of Rehoboth sits this one-room schoolhouse known as the Horbine School. It was built in the year 1862 and was in operation until 1937, and originally one of 15 district schools. This schoolhouse was built in the Greek Revival style, popular during the mid-19th century. However, this single-story wood-frame structure has chilling ties to its past.
Residents look through this window and have seen a teacher and her students in 19th century clothing. Hear voices also on the other side of these walls. Also, there's reports of kids being seen playing in this yard right here also.
So there's obviously something in a residual sense going on at the Horbine School, and they say that different moon phases, different temperature, or even more static electricity in the air in the winter is a perfect conductor for this type of energy. However, though, there hasn't been any recent reports of this type of phenomena going on at this location. So honestly, I think this type of haunting just ran its course. The Shad Factory Pond, which got its name from the pond filling up with shad in the 1800s, is the site of the old cotton mill, the Orleans Manufacturing Company, also known as the Shad Factory. The cotton mill caught on fire in 1831. It was rebuilt, but then it burned again in 1884. This time, the old mill was completely destroyed. All that is left of the Shad Factory is the ruins that can still be seen. Hovering around above the old ruins are strange spook lights that have been reported. Many have also reported seeing an old man wear 19th century clothing who they believe may be a former factory worker. He seems to appear out of nowhere only to disappear. With an old settlement like Rehoboth, it has 58 cemeteries, and 2 of them have been reported to be very haunted. The Palmer River Cemetery in Rehoboth dates back earlier than when the meeting house was constructed at this location in the year 1717 with the Reverend David Turner as pastor. The building survived until the year 1721. Palmer River Cemetery is said to be haunted by the spirit of a young boy who passed away sometime during the 1800s. Witnesses report seeing the apparition of the young boy late at night and hearing the sounds of footsteps and a young child crying. The village cemetery in Rehoboth is said to be haunted by an angry man wearing 19th century clothing that locals have nicknamed Ephraim. Witnesses often see the angry man kneeling over a woman yelling out the name Catherine as he pounds his fist at her. He has been known to chase away any visitors that come near him. In the older section of the cemetery, a woman in white has been seen hovering near the stones, but it's not believed if this is Catherine.
Alright, so if you look over there, you see like a white dress near the stone.
Yeah, so when you put the light on the tree, you tell it's a tree, but without it, with your naked eye, it looks like a figure, like something's there looking at you, or like something's standing there.
Another famous rock in the Bridgewater Triangle is Dighton Rock, a 40-ton boulder originally located in the Taunton River in Berkeley, which is formerly part of the town of Dighton. The rock is noted for its strange carvings of ancient origin that today still remains a mystery. In 1680, Harvard graduate John Danforth discovered the rock and made drawings of the carvings that is now in the collection of the British Museum. In 1963, during construction of a coffer dam, state officials removed the rock from the river for preservation. The rock is now housed in a museum located in Dighton Rock State Park. There are a number of
Well, we talked about this before. Remember the mannequin in the basement whose face changes and all that shit? Yeah, we talked about this. Molly even knows about that place too. So yeah, we did talk about this once before. I don't know why it ain't happened yet, but we did talk about it.
different theories about the origins of the markings on the stone. One of the more popular theories is that the carvings were Native American drawings that are compared to the carvings on Bellows Falls Rock of rounded human faces with eyes and mouths, with some heads having horns. These are known examples in the past of Native Americans inscribing petroglyphs across the continent of way of recording a spiritual experience, since the natives did not have an alphabet or use numerals. There is also the Portuguese theory that Portuguese explorer Miguel Corderel, who went missing in 1502, reached New England in the 16th century. The engraved markings show his name, the date, in the Portuguese V-shaped coat of arms. A Phoenician origin was also proposed of past, present, and future, the past being made up of 4 figures. The present represents 2 animals, one of the foreign nation, the other the American. One animal is a horse, the other a beaver, recognized by its long tail. The future represents a figure who has just been consulted. Above him is his veil. On the right arm is a butterfly, the symbol of return or resurrection, and to his right is a statue or a priest. There is also the Norse and Viking theory that indicate a Viking leader, Thorfinn Karlsefni, and his men who tried to settle a new land called Vinland in the area now known today as New England. There are numeral characters inscribed that represent the number of his men, followed by other drawings which correspond to the meaning territory occupied by us. There is also letters inscribed that are part of the name Thorfinn. To me, I think that these carvings lean more towards the Phoenician theory, but who knows? This is just another reason why Dighton Rock will always remain a mystery.
I believe the carvings are related to the Phoenicians and the Native Americans.
I believe the carvings of Dighton Rock are from Native Americans because they are known to carve their vision quest on rocks.
The Freetown State Forest is located in the southeast corner of the Bridgewater Triangle and is the most feared forest in Massachusetts. Throughout the 1970s, 80s, and the 1990s, the state forest has seen its fair share of cult activity. Animals were found slaughtered that were used in satanic rituals. Human remains were dug up in a local cemetery. Those who worship the Dark Lord believe they can gain powers from drinking out of a human skull. In 1979, police learned that members of a prostitution ring were participating in cult activity. 17-year-old prostitute Robin Murphy and 25-year-old pimp Carl Drew were followers in satanic rites. In 1980, they were arrested for their string of murders, 2 of them involving victims used in a satanic ritual outside the forest. Robin agreed to testify against Carl in exchange for life in prison with the possibility of parole. Carl Drew was sentenced to life in prison with no parole. A hut was found in the state forest. Inside, police discovered the works of cult activity, such as dolls nailed to a tree, but they can never prove that the hut belonged to Carl Drew.
While walking through the forest, I noticed this wicked star made of twigs hanging from a tree. It's not a bad exercise. Not a bad
Yeah, it's
walk.
definitely not a bad exercise.
Oh, dude.
What? What is it? Oh,
It
shit.
looks like some kind of star. I wonder who put that there.
What the hell?
I just looked up and I noticed it.
The night that we were walking through the forest, we came across a ritual that we had just missed. They had the candles along with other cult paraphernalia, and I had noticed small amounts of blood splattered everywhere. So to me, it looked like they were using a small animal as a sacrifice. Now, I don't know how many of them were out there, so I shut the light off on my camera, pulled out my cell phone, put 911 on speed dial, and we followed the moonlight out of there.
Oh, dude, Harry, check it.
What is it?
Looks like blood, dude.
Oh, no way! What the fuck? Holy shit, they got the incense! What the fuck? Looks like fucking sage. Dude, we saw that star hanging from the tree on the way in.
Yeah, on the way in we did, yeah.
Oh, that's
Let me shut the light
everything.
off on the
That's
camera
insane.
so they can't see us. So let's just walk out of here real slowly, quietly. And like I said, I got 911 on speed dial, all right? Okay. The state forest had its fair share of tragic deaths throughout the years. In 1978, 15-year-old Raynham resident Mary Lou Arruda was kidnapped and her body was found decomposed, tied to a tree in Freetown State Forest. Her killer, 32-year-old James Cater, was arrested. Although the case had no ties to cult activity, Cater was sentenced for the kidnapping and murder of Mary Arruda. A popular attraction in the Freetown State Forest is the Assonet Ledge. One day, a woman was supposed to meet her lover up at the ledge, but her boyfriend's parents didn't approve of his relationship, so they had kept him from her. As devastated as the woman was for being stood up, she committed suicide by leaping off the ledge. Witnesses report seeing a lady in white jumping off the ledge, and she disappears as she hits the water without even making a splash. Many have visited the ledge feeling happy, but shortly after, for some strange reason, felt compelled to jump to their death. This was the case in 2004, when suddenly a victim committed suicide by throwing himself off the ledge in front of his friends and girlfriend. His family stated that he had no symptoms of depression.
I know this place is I always get such a heavy energy like coming into this place, and I know a lot of like cult things and a lot of crazy suicides and everything happened here, and I always get such a heavy energy walking in here, but I just love the view.
She has nice nails.
3-foot tall troll-like creatures called puckwudgies have been reported to roam the forest. They carry poisonous spears and have been known to be mischief and tricky. They will make you believe that they are helping you, but they will be, in fact, leading you into a trap.
Thank you, Daddy.
These creatures are very similar looking to what William and Jonathan encountered. The legend of the puckwudgies may not just be a myth after all. What we know about the Pukwudgies is that they were a part of Native American folklore, and they may even date back prior to the Native Americans. We don't really know. But what we do know is even the Wampanoags feared these creatures. So it was said that a creator giant named Moshop was
I know this place.
for when suddenly a victim committed suicide by throwing himself off the ledge in front of his friends and girlfriend. His family stated that he had no symptoms of depression.
I know that this place is very, I always get such a heavy energy like coming into this place, and I know a lot of like cult things and a lot of crazy suicides and everything happened here, and I always get such a heavy energy walking in here, but I just love the view.
Good hands, nice
3-foot tall
Okay.
troll-like creatures called Pukwudgies have been reported to roam the forest. They carry poisonous spears
Notice
and
these
have been known
things.
to be mischief and
Oh, yeah.
tricky. They will make you believe that they are helping you, but they will be in fact leading you into a trap, causing death. These creatures are very similar looking to what William and Jonathan encountered. The legend of the Pukwudgies may not just be a myth after all. What we know about the Pukwudgies is that they were a part of Native American folklore, and they may even date back prior to the Native Americans. We don't really know. But what we do know is even the Wampanoags feared these creatures. So it was said that a creator giant named Moshop was sent to deal with the Pukwudgies by scooping them up, and then he would shake them until they lose consciousness, and then he would toss them all around New England. Now, there's two different versions to the ending of the story. One suggests that the Pukwudgies came back strong and shot down Moshop with their poisonous spears. The other version states that Moshop defeated the Pukwudgies and then soon after went off somewhere to die after being wounded in battle. Either or, what's interesting is Moshop kind of disappeared from Native American folklore right after.
I know you're not supposed to say their name. I know you're not supposed to say their name like 3 times, I'm pretty sure. And they listen and they come for you, and don't be here at night.
So I began researching the Bridgewater Triangle in full, and of course came upon the legend of the Pukwudgies. Now, just reading into this, I started following down different paths of experiences. Next thing you know, as I'm sitting on the couch, I can feel a presence come up to me real quick. It was a very negative, tight presence. And I continued to try to read into the Pukwudgies, and this got more and more intense to the point where I was so uncomfortable, I had to put it down for a minute and actually walk out of the room to see if I could change what I was feeling. Now, within this moment that I had put the phone down as I was researching on, I walked into the kitchen, and a moment later, the partner that I was with, she came home and immediately said, "What's outside?" I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "There's something sitting next to the door as if it was waiting for me to come home, and it wouldn't let me in the house." Like, I don't understand what you mean. Kind of playing the devil's advocate, but I'm putting things together as we go forward. Long story short, it seemed to me that within the research of that particular entity or group of entities known as the Pukwudgies, one of them in their interdimensional form may have seen or heard that I was researching this, maybe being a thin vessel in way of my vulnerability at the time. They had an ability to do that. I mean, this is often purported even within the legend itself.
While filming this segment for this documentary, it seems we may have experienced a Pukwudgie phenomenon when some kind of presence interfered with the camera equipment.
As if it was waiting for me to come home, and it wouldn't let me in the house.
Wow, that was pretty wild. Brooke was saying not to call out their names because they listen. And right when Michael was explaining how they could sense he was researching into them is when all of a sudden the camera had glitched. I mean, I never had that happen before, except when experiencing with an entity. They have been known to cause interference with the camera equipment.
One of the things I'll mention is that she said it was small, kind of gnome-like. So, I mean, that kind of pushed me towards the idea that perhaps these experiences were connected. What I was feeling during the research and what was being outside, apparently prowling around for a little time after that as she went outside to check sometime later and still felt that same energy.
Running through the Freetown State Forest is Copacabana Road. Residences know all too well about the legends of the mad trucker that stalks this wooded road. Many have drove down this road at night when up ahead they see an oncoming black pickup truck blaring his air horn, forcing his victims off the road. The terrified victims will look back only to see that the truck mysteriously vanishes. The city of Taunton has its own ghostly legend at Mayflower Hill Cemetery. Mayflower Hill is where 4-year-old Pearl French is laid to rest. Her grave monument is of an empty rocking chair that reads, "Her vacant chair." Little Pearl passed away on March 26, 1882. Some say that the girl died after falling over backwards in a chair. Some say she died in a fire while sitting in a chair that she was told not to leave. Popular legends state that if you visit her rocking chair at night, the chair will start to glow. Witnesses have alleged that they see the rocking chair rocking back and forth. This rocking chair evokes many emotions from visitors who will come to bring gifts for little Pearl French. The night that we were investigating the cemetery over by the rocking chair, I had brought a toy wagon for little Pearl French to play with, along with a box of crayons and a notebook pad of paper for little Pearl to color. Then we walked away to investigate the rest of the cemetery, and when we headed back over to the rocking chair, I had noticed that someone drew 2 pictures on the notebook pad of paper. The first picture was a little girl in a rocking chair. The second picture was a wagon.
Oh, shoot, dude.
What?
Fucking crayons on the ground.
Well, it was...
Oh, shit! Oh, shit, dude!
Dude, look! Did you see that? It's a stick figure of a girl in a chair.
Dude.
No. They had it. No. Pa. There had to have been somebody out here that was watching us and heard our investigation, watching us filming. They're fucking with us. Dude.
Oh, shit.
No. Now there has to be.
That was not the drawing.
Dude, I understand that. That's it. It's a picture of the wagon.
What?
That I left her. Look. The only logical explanation behind this is that someone else was in the cemetery who was playing a joke. However, though, is that really the case? Because Paul's experience can't be explained.
So we were investigating the cemetery when I felt this presence run right through me when Harry's EMF meter went off. Oh shit, dude, something just went right by me, dude.
What? Where?
I don't know, it's just standing right here, it flew that way. Kind of like went through the wall, kind of, I don't know. A life taken way too soon.
These guys are a trip in some ways.
Throughout the skies of the Bridgewater Triangle, unidentified flying objects have been reported over the years. UFO reports date back as early as the colonial days. In fact, the first documented UFO report in the United States happened on March 1st, 1639, when Massachusetts Governor John Winthrop documented in his diary that 3 Puritan men were rowing a boat in the Charles River when suddenly there was a light in the sky, about 3 yards square, darting back and forth between them and the village of Charlestown. Shortly after that, the 3 Puritans in the boat were stunned to find themselves 1 mile upstream, as if the light had transported them there, and the men had no memory of them rowing against the tide. So for many years, when we heard the term UFO, we immediately thought of extraterrestrials from another planet. But the new theory is that they may not be these beings from another planet. They may just, in fact, be a part of the human race, but from the future. So these vessels that they're traveling in may just, in fact, be time machines capable of either producing these wormhole pockets for time travel, or these vessels are able to find these pockets in key areas throughout the Earth. These same pockets that so many people throughout the Bridgewater Triangle have fallen into when they've claimed that they shifted for time, just like the 3 men on the boat who ended up 1 mile upstream. In 1968, several witnesses alleged they saw a large orb floating in the trees in the woods of Rehoboth. In the 1970s, UFO sightings were frequently active, with reports from witnesses who saw low-flying objects. In 1976, 2 UFOs were seen by witnesses landing along Route 44 in Taunton. Then in the spring of 1979, former WHTH reporters Jerry Lopes and Steve Sprasia were driving on Route 24, getting off at Route 106, when suddenly, above them, they noticed a strange wide object in the sky in the shape of a baseball home plate with lights on it that lit up the sky.
It was probably around 1975. We were going down Route 105 back roads in Middleborough, near all the farmlands. and it was winter. It was probably February, and we were going to a nightclub, and we were the only car on the road, and we saw a spotlight over the field near kind of near a barn. And the spotlight was doing a square pattern. It was fairly low too. I mean, it was just like maybe just above treetops. There was no trees, it was field, but it was doing a squared pattern. It would go out and it would come back, and then it would go out a little further, and then it would come back, go out a little further, and that's what it's. So we thought, well, we'll stop by and see what's going on. You know, we had the radio on, and we got out of the car, and we turned off the radio. There was no sound.
Boo.
If there's an
Thanks,
airplane
Lou.
or a helicopter, you're going to hear noise, especially that low. And I don't know if a plane can really do that kind of cornering. So you most think of a helicopter. No sound at all. And this thing's fairly low and fairly close at this point. And it kind of veered off down the street a ways. So we thought, well, we'll follow it. So we went down the street, and there's an intersection there. We took the right, and it was right over the trees. I mean, it was that close. It was right over the trees, like a tree about this high would be right there in back of us. And it sat there, still, no noise. But it was so dark that night, you really couldn't see what it looked like. We got out of the car, and I'm like, all right, this is getting scary. And my ex-husband was like, oh, let's see what's going on. And I said, no, let's get back in the car. This is too scary. This is getting serious now. And just as we turned around to get back into the car, the thing just took off. And it took off faster than anything could possibly take off. And all of a sudden, you saw it back in the sky again, but it was way further away, probably like maybe over Halifax or Carver, doing that same pattern. So, but that was the thing, the silence and the speed.
As the years went on, UFO sightings were still often reported. In 1994, a Bridgewater policeman also reported seeing a UFO in the town of Rainham. To this day, the Bridgewater Triangle keeps getting flooded with reports from this phenomena. Many have wondered about the mystery on what gives the Bridgewater Triangle its beating heart.
It's pretty creepy over there, though. That's for sure. I do believe there's something that we don't know about out there. You know, too many unexplained things go on.
There's a lot about that place that is beyond our understanding.
I mean, there's forces all around us. It's not a negative. It's just part of the deal. I mean, I think the Earth is a living, breathing organism. We're all connected. So whatever makes the triangle, I don't know if there's a high iron content there, electromagnetic. I would think it would be. Yeah. Definitely. You know, then that's fine.
A lot of people might suggest that it's a curse from the Wampanoags, and I can see why with all the reasons that come into play. We took their land, the disappearance of the Wampum Belt, not to mention all the tragic deaths.
This tribe here, you know, accustomed as they were very spiritual people, and it's such an insult to behead a tribal elder or tribal chief, a chieftain. So it was such a slap in the face to the entire people, not just to the one man as a murder, and the head displayed. Now, here in Massachusetts, it's, to me, not very funny when the state seal is a native head with a saber underneath it.
It's a curse if you believe it's a curse. I believe the Bridgewater Triangle is just a vortex.
I wouldn't say that the natives cursed the land opening a vortex. The vortex was already opened. Every famous stone and hotspot throughout the triangle are connected by these ley lines. And with all the quartz crystals found in southeast Massachusetts that are a perfect conductor for paranormal activity, it's manifesting all these anomalies due to all the negative energy that got soaked up after King Philip's War.
My thought is this: when you come to a particular place, even where we are today, right now, there's a certain sacredness, and of course there are nature spirits that are always involved in the growth and the death of such a location. Well, when you introduce people into the factor, you get them actually interacting with them, and therefore you had Native Americans who knew how to work with the good spirits of the Hockomock Swamp, and also synergistically with what we would call the bad spirits. There was a very, again, synergistic connection between those two groups of intelligences. Now, what ends up happening when you have a spot like the Hockomock, which may be a natural portal or vortex of some sort, right? This has some sort of highway aspect to it where a spirit can come in and out, or perhaps we can even do something more physically with it if we have the right tools. What ends up happening when you have something like King Philip's War and all this bloodshed and all this dark history that's going on in way of violence, it literally stains this area. And now perhaps that vortex is like a chakra moving clockwise. When you introduce this type of aberration or this discord, this thing might actually end up turning counterclockwise, and it's similar to what happens with our bodies when we have something out of balance. This is just on a much larger scale. That's my theory in way of what could be still here in a residual sense. Nobody was going to close that vortex if it was even possible to be closed, because already there was so much imbued here that needed to be healed that I don't think one man can do it.
I think things like that should be left alone, but if you're into the mystery, go right ahead. But if you don't come back, God bless you.
Under the full moon, strange things keep going.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. So when this was brought up, Andy had stated that she had gone to some of these places here. So there's her. This is her personal picture of the Anawan Rock when she was there, which I thought was pretty cool. So sorry I was muted, guys. But anyway, so she was there, and I'm guessing other places as well, as she had stated. It's pretty cool, guys. That's pretty cool. I'd love to go to this place, and to check it out, because I clearly believe it's something's up with it. I guess Idaho has a triangle too. Idaho's Bermuda Triangle. Interesting. Holy shit. Pretty wild. Let's see here. Hold on a minute. Okay. So Molly sent me this. I guess Idaho has their own version of this too. Idaho's Bermuda Triangle. In the world of unexplained disappearances, spooky instances of lost communication, and unnatural fatalities, the Bermuda Triangle, also sometimes referred to as the Devil's Triangle, is loosely defined region with a reputation that defies all reason. You won't find it on any official map, and you won't know when you cross the line. Hold on a second, folks. We'll be right back to you. All right, sorry about that. But according to local lore, Idaho has its own mystery triangle, and a few people know it exists. Tucked away in East Idaho, near the Wyoming border and edges of the Caribou Targhee National Forest. Wanda Peavy in 1994 claimed a band of apparitions caused her to swerve off the road. David Massat, 89, stated that he felt his car sliding as though on ice despite driving in the middle of summer. Interesting. Dozens of cars, accidents, mysterious accidents. Wow. Holy shit, look at that. How the hell does that even happen? It got in between the trees. That's wild. I never heard of it either. I'm guessing that because we have a place here called 5 Points, you guys, that we've been to. There's 2 of them actually. That's pretty wild. Pretty wild. Thanks, Molly. Interesting. Very interesting. Let me see if I can find what we have, what we call it here. Okay, so I guess there is a video of it. So let's see what this says. This is 5 Points, Ohio. Never go here. It is really effing haunted. Yep, that is where it is too. A few years ago, I was repeating this story to other friends. They said that there were rumors about a spot in the road that kept sinking. We went there in the daylight. I showed them that the spot had been repaired and was slightly sunken in. It was the last time I ever went back. This is true. I was never so scared in my life. Now, this is somewhere I've been, you guys. This is literally 10 minutes from me right now. 5 Points is a 5-way intersection located about a mile and a half behind the Youngstown Warren Regional Airport on King Graves Road. It's marked by a greenish street lamp, which is true. I walked this road. What do you mean? Why is it repeating? Oh yeah, definitely, Andy. I've heard of that. Anyway, I walked this road one night. I was dating a girl, and she was a little whacked out, and I decided I didn't need to be there anymore. So I walked from here clear back to the main road, and I called before I left her house, and I had a buddy pick me up. He wasn't coming all the way out there because he didn't have enough gas. So this is back when we were young. So he met me at this road, but I walked, and it's dark as hell out here, guys. I was scared shitless. So you'll head toward Amy Boyle Road, make a left, and you'll come to a set of railroad tracks. And it said that if you stop on these tracks, put your car in neutral. Yes, we did this before too. Honk 3 times, a ghost train will appear barreling straight at you. That's not what happened to us. There are other possibilities here. If you make a diagonal left at 5 Points, you'll come to an old bridge, pull over just past it, and look back. Legend has it that you'll see a ghostly old man walking there. Other 5 Points legends include hanging corpses, which friends of mine have said that they've seen, the ghosts of drowned witches, a ghostly car that will play chicken with you. Apparently, the stories have inspired so many people to visit 5 Points that the police patrol it. They do. So watch out. Incidentally, there are 11 towns named 5 Points in Ohio alone. Make sure you get the Trumbull County 5 Points. That is the scariest one. This is the place where we pulled up to the railroad tracks and the car stopped. The guy turned it off to try to scare everybody in the car. Went to start it and it wouldn't start. And the bumper was this far from a real train, not a ghost train, but a real train that came down the tracks and scared the shit out of all of us. So yeah, it was interesting. So this is our scary area. I'd like to know who shared this, by the way. I'd be interested. Let's see here. We got a couple places here. When we did the whole thing at the tracks, I think we were 16 or 17. I can't remember. When I walked down that road, I was 18. No, we all got out of the car. Dude. That was the thing. He's sitting in the car because it was his dad's car, and he keeps trying to restart it, and he's bitching and screaming, "I'm not getting out! I'm not getting out!" So we all said, "Okay," and we jumped out. So when we jumped out, as soon as we all got out of the damn car, it started, and he backed it up real quick. And the train went going fast. We were just like, remember what I told you guys before? It was an engine, a car, and a caboose. That was all there was to this damn train. It sounded like a whole train coming. It was night. We couldn't see. Really kind of on us. We all felt stupid, honestly. It was a close call. That's what was scary about it. Mhm. No, Doodle, nobody got anything. Those girls were so pissed off at us. They never talked to us again, ever. I was pissed because I really liked that one girl too. This is one place I do want to go. I haven't got to go here. I know about it. I've seen videos and stuff on it, but I've never got to go here. Um, it's called Franklin Castle. It's in Cleveland. It's not far. It's like 20 minutes from me. Well, about 30 minutes, I should say. But I've never got to go here, and I've always wanted to. It's a pretty cool looking house.
Imposing Franklin Castle, or the Hannes Tiedemann House. With a history of tragic deaths and ghost sightings, it's considered one of Ohio's most haunted houses. Visitors report strange sounds, ghostly apparitions, and a sense of sorrow that permeates the walls. Franklin Castle, also known as the Tiedemann House, stands as a monument to Cleveland's rich history and its darker, more mysterious past. Built in the American Queen Anne style, this Victorian stone house is not only an architectural marvel but also a repository of tales that blur the lines between fact and folklore. Constructed in 1881 by the architectural firm of Cudell and Richardson for Hannes Tiedemann, a prosperous German immigrant, Franklin Castle was a symbol of wealth and ambition. The house was a grand affair, with 4 stories, over 20 rooms, and 80 windows, reflecting the prestige of Franklin Boulevard during the late 19th century. The Tiedemann family's life within the castle walls was marked by both opulence and tragedy. Shortly after moving in, Tiedemann's 15-year-old daughter, Emma, succumbed to diabetes. The following year saw the deaths of Tiedemann's mother and 3 more of his children, leading to rumors and speculation about the true nature of these events. To distract his wife, Louise, from their grief, Tiedemann began extensive renovations, adding a ballroom that ran the length of the house on the 4th floor. The facade was adorned with turrets and gargoyles, enhancing its castle-like appearance. Despite rumors of hidden rooms and passageways used for bootlegging during Prohibition, only a small stairway used by servants has been confirmed to exist. After Louise Tiedemann's death in 1895, The house
Can you
changed
understand me
hands several
now?
times. It served as a home to various
How about now, Quoo? Can you hear me now, Quoo? Is that better, Quoo? How about now, Quoo? Yeah, there was a couple houses that were in Youngstown and Cleveland that were like stash houses, I guess they were called, that gangsters would come in the 30s and 40s and they'd stay there. And they had like secret passages inside the walls where they could hide at and stuff like that. What's his name? Al Capone and people like that would go stay in these places. Pretty wild stories. I'd love to see some of these things though. Never seen a gargoyle. Those are pretty neat, Carolyn.
German cultural organizations from 1921 to 1968. During this period, human bones were reportedly found in a closet, although it's believed they were planted by a new owner to gain publicity for ghost tours. Franklin Castle's reputation as a haunted location began to take shape in the late 20th century. Visitors and paranormal investigators have reported a myriad of unexplained phenomena, from apparitions and strange noises to feelings of an eerie presence. Some have even claimed to have been touched or pushed by unseen forces. The most common reports include the sounds of a baby crying, a woman in the window, and cold spots within certain rooms. These experiences have contributed to the lore that Franklin Castle is one of the most haunted houses in the United States. In recent years, the castle has opened its doors to those brave enough to explore its haunted legacy. Overnight paranormal investigations and tours offer guests the chance to experience the castle's mystique firsthand. The Mansfield Reformatory Preservation Society now oversees the site, ensuring that the history and stories of Franklin Castle are preserved for future generations. Their efforts highlight the importance of maintaining such historical landmarks, not just for their architectural beauty but also for their cultural and educational value. Franklin Castle stands as a testament to the complex tapestry of human experience. It embodies the heights of human achievement and the depths of sorrow. The castle's walls whisper tales of the past, inviting visitors to ponder the mysteries of life and death, and perhaps even catch a glimpse of the supernatural. As one walks through the grand ballroom or ascends the servants' stairway, it's easy to feel transported to another time, where the line between the living and the dead seems to fade. Whether one believes in ghosts or not, the atmosphere of Franklin Castle is undeniably haunting. The legacy of Franklin Castle is a blend of history, architecture, and legend. It serves as a reminder that buildings are more than just structures. They are the keepers of stories, the holders of secrets, and, in some cases, the home to spirits that linger long after their mortal inhabitants have departed. In the end, Franklin Castle is more than just a haunted house. It is a cultural icon, a historical treasure, and a paranormal landmark that continues to captivate the imagination and stir the hearts of those who visit. Its walls may not talk, but they certainly have a lot to say. Number 1. The Ohio State Reformatory, Mansfield, Ohio.
That's the place I stayed in overnight in the prison part. It's crazy, crazy big. I think I showed you guys this already, though. Pretty sure I did. Yeah, we looked at this not too long ago. You just drank some prison. Oh, gin. What a dork I am. It is very, very pretty architecture. I love it. Cool. Hacienda. Very cool, Betty. Let me see. There was something else I found I was going to show you real quick about Ohio. Oh, I was going to show you guys. It probably won't let me leave it up, but I'm going to show you real quick. Oh, no, I'm just a little tired, Leslie. That's all. I'm good, though. Thank you. Here, I'll show you this. This is so old and so bad. I hope you guys can see it and hear it. This is we made it on the Unsolved Mysteries for this whole story. This is my downtown in the city that I grew up in. So hold on. There's our courthouse. God, this is a horrible video.
Trumbull County, Ohio, located just north of Youngstown, is a typically quiet Midwestern community. Here, big news doesn't happen very often. But all that changed on a late fall evening in 1994. Just after midnight, the normally calm 911.
Yeah, it ain't easy, Clue. It ain't. So this is all true stuff. This all happened. I worked with this girl, this woman they're about to show, which was the 911 operator, and I knew a lot of these people. So
one dispatch center began to get a flood of calls, reports of an unidentified flying object.
It was just one call after the other that was just incredible.
Royanne Rudolph was the Trumbull County 911 dispatch operator who fielded most of the calls that night.
How far off the ground is this? Everything from somebody who was casually stating they saw something in the air to somebody who was hysterical and thought that this was Armageddon.
I mean, it was very strange.
Okay, was it just like moving at a slow rate of speed?
It wasn't as slowly, it was fastly, but it was coming down.
We just kind of took it for, okay, this is people being hysterical over a weather balloon, or this is people being hysterical over a plane or a helicopter.
I wondered if anyone call you about a strange plane or airplane or something in the air. Where? It was coming down Sampson Drive. I don't know what it was. If it was a flying saucer. What did it look like, ma'am? It was like almost like an iridescent color. It was like a bluish purple.
Though skeptical, Royanne put the word out to the officers in the field.
We were having a coffee break at a local donut shop.
they were sitting in a donut shop drinking coffee in Liberty. They were cops sitting at a donut shop drinking coffee. Really? I don't know this guy, but the other guy is the chief of police in Liberty Police now.
And we got a call from the 911 center that stated that some residents had seen lights in the sky in the northern part of the township.
Liberty Township Police Officer Steve Remner and Sergeant Toby Maloro didn't know what to think.
It took a few minutes. We kind of laughed about it.
Now, see, he's the chief now. He's the one that, like, completely experienced all this, by the way.
Convinced it was nothing serious, Sergeant Maloro, an 8-year police veteran, headed out to investigate the sightings.
I believed that I was going to see, if anything, a plane was landing or a plane was low. That's what I assumed I was going to see.
I thought Toby would come back with some kind of comfortable solution that we could offer these people who were upset.
Yeah, I'm real close to Hermitage, Heather.
But when I got up in the area, I was approached by an elderly gentleman that said that there was a huge light over his house and that moved south down the street. I proceeded down Sampson Drive, approximately a quarter mile.
Have a great night, Terry. Love ya.
Sergeant Toby Maloro was about to become a part of UFO history.
Everything shut off in the vehicle. I didn't understand what was going on. My car completely stopped. And that's when the light hit the vehicle. I stood outside. I was a little bit dumbfounded. I didn't know what exactly it was. I had to shield my eyes. All I could see is a very
Not
intense.
there, Carl, but it came up and I typed it in and it's
more intense in the center of it. I know it's huge. But I've never seen anything that could compare to this. And the thing that was very strange was there was no sound.
After 30 seconds, the object moved off, away from his patrol car.
As soon as it started moving off, my car started back up and the radio kicked on.
Maloro quickly began pursuit of the unknown flying object.
I'm trying to put two and two together and say, what just happened here?
Unable to keep up with the UFO, Maloro radioed into dispatch over police channels.
914 to radio. It's heading in a northerly.
He told me in a very serious tone, I saw something. And I said, Toby, you're joking. And he came back and he said, Roy, I saw something.
I could see a red glow up in the sky. It was huge. This thing wasn't making no noise.
This isn't funny anymore because it's getting to the point where I don't know whether to believe him or not.
Well, was it moving or was it just? Yeah, it was glowing. It was moving. You could see it like up in the air, glowing and getting further away from it.
People are serious. They're very upset.
Whatever it was, lit up. I mean, literally, if you were underneath it, you could see it would be like daylight, but red light.
An object did come down at a low elevation over this area.
UFO researcher Kenny Young broke the story of the Trumbull County incident.
It was then observed by numerous other police officers from different agencies who were able to proceed.
There's no way in hell, Carolyn, because you're about to hear there were like, I can't remember exactly, but multiple agencies all over Trumbull and Mahoning County that saw this at the same time. There's no way. And it was moving nonstop. Okay, so there's no way in hell that it was a hologram. Nope. And to do that to the police car, no way. I, of all people, would say, hey, this is a hoax of some sort, but law enforcement officers were involved in this. And you're going to hear, they contacted our local Air Force base that we have, a military Air Force base we have here, and the local airport that's right next door to that. They had no clue it wasn't on radar. This is crazy. Now, the only thing I can say is that the Air Force base may have known about it, but didn't talk about it. And you know why, so.
The object coming from different locations.
Yeah, Clue, that's what I'm saying. A whole bunch of people and a whole bunch of different police agencies saw this that night, and they were all radioing in at the same time. Like, we could hear dispatch radio of this shit going on all night. I was in my first year of EMS this year. I was 18, going on 19, actually. And this was insane. I even talked to her because she was a dispatch operator, but she also worked for MedStar Ambulance, which is the same place I worked for. She was in shock completely. But there's more to the story here. Hold on a minute.
They were able to triangulate its position.
South of all easy too. I'm moving east now on it.
All of this audio you're hearing is dispatch audio from multiple police departments coming into our 911 center.
Okay, Dave, it looks like it's flickering more now, and it looks like it's running a little east of me now. Hey, Walter, chase it back north. I want to see this thing.
At least 14, 15 officers said that they saw something.
There you go. 14, 15 different officers, and they were all in different agencies, guys, all throughout the county.
And we're discussing it freely on their channels.
It's going pretty good. It's all the way into Liberty now. It's going as far as visible. You should be able to see it. It changes colors from white to red to green. The sucker has not moved. We have multiple departments right now that have sightings on it.
The sightings started to spread out to neighboring streets, to other communities. Were saying they were also seeing the same thing.
She did. She left.
It took a whole different meaning and level of seriousness. We contacted the airport control tower to ask them to check their radar.
We have a report of some flying object in our jurisdiction. Do you know of anything that should be in our airspace this time, close to the ground? This is not a prank phone call, I swear. You can call me back to verify.
Look at the radar scope, and I go 60-mile diameter of Youngstown, and there is nothing out there.
That's when I got the chill that Okay, everybody can't be making up the big bright light story.
According to all the people I've spoken with, the FAA tower operator in the tower should have been able to see the object from his vantage point.
I don't see anything out there, nothing on the radar scope.
Young requested the identity of the FAA tower operator through the Freedom of Information Act. But his request was denied.
I would like to ask him, could you visually observe something from your vantage point, 60 foot up in the air in a tower?
Now, there's a rumor, how true it is, I don't know, but there's a rumor that military approached that tower that night and the people in that tower and basically said, shut your mouth, and nobody ever said a word after that. That's a rumor. I don't know how true it is, but a lot of people have said that.
To the object, they radioed in with dramatic descriptions.
They were able to discern a parachute-like appendage attached to the object. I've spoken with a number of the officers involved in this event. I've been satisfied that they are honest and they're telling me the truth.
And here's the thing. The first police car you saw was Liberty. The other cruiser was Brookfield, the one we're looking at right now, Brookfield Police. They were at completely different ends of the county, guys, which is a decent distance apart. Probably a good 40 miles apart, okay? And they were seeing this thing all at the same time. This thing was moving that fast. It was crazy. This was back in 1993 or 4, guys. 94. So that's what I'm saying. Oh yeah, that's been a while, Carl. But yeah, that's how fast this thing was moving, and there were more involved in this too.
One officer even said he saw a structured object while viewing it through binoculars.
Just pulled on. There's definitely a structure there on 429, which you saw. I can see an upper structure off the main part of the lighting. Right, yeah, something with a different colored lighting to it.
I had no idea what was going on. You had so many calls coming in from different locations.
Lieutenant James Baker of the Brookfield Township Police Department heard the amazing UFO reports on his radio.
Yeah,
I wanted to see for myself what everybody was looking at. I decided to go to the old radar tower. This is the highest point in Brookfield Township, and I'm told in Trumbull County.
What he saw when he got to the top of the tower wasn't just one UFO. He saw 3.
They formed a sort of triangle pattern with the center light being raised up above the other 2. Oddly enough, they were changing.
This is how everybody was seeing this all at the same time, all across the county, because there was 3 of them, and they were all over the damn county, all over the place, bouncing back and forth. That's how that was happening, and they all converged at one point here in this area here, and which is when he climbed the tower, he could see it clearly because it's very high there. Yeah, Leslie, this is in Ohio. Trumbull County, Brookfield Township, Liberty Township, Howland, Warren, Ohio, where I lived at and grew up at. Shanksville looked like crash to launch site. Yeah. Magnets. UFOs couldn't move with magnets. I don't know how to explain it. Well, yeah, Carl, I know what you're talking about. No, Clue, there was no cameras back in the day like that. They had the old school clicker cameras. Nobody thought about it because everybody was so freaked out, I think. Nowadays, sure. We'd have our phones like this, you know what I'm saying? But not back then.
Changing colors simultaneously from red, yellow, blue, and green. All 3 lights would change at the same time.
I got them right here. I'm looking at them. What the hell is it? They're sitting stationary. I got 3 of them. What do they look like? I've got 4 discernible colors. I got red, yellow, green, and blue. And the one just is like flashes. So if they're those planets those guys were talking about, then they're planets with Christmas lights on. This is weird. Oh my God, I hope that's a plane. Oh, please be a plane. Oh, please.
I see 3 lights changing colors and I've heard no concrete explanation of what they are. And I certainly would welcome any explanation.
And it's exactly identical to what you would expect for a bright star or planet low in the horizon.
James McGahey is an astronomer who has investigated UFO claims for over 20 years. He believes there's an easy explanation for the Trumbull County incident.
You know what I mean?
This is a classic example of scintillation. Scintillation is simply what most people recognize as stars twinkling. When the stars are low in the sky, in addition to twinkling, they will also change color. Clearly, the police officer who saw the very intense bright light very likely saw a fireball. A fireball is a very, very bright meteor that can be many times brighter than the full moon. I think the car stalling was just a coincidence, had nothing to do with this whatsoever.
Obviously, it had to be involved in my cruiser shutting down. There was no problem with my car because it started back up. I was told that it may have been the planet Mercury. It was not the planet Mercury.
From my understanding, everybody that saw this that night there were visits from the NSA, and they all had meetings with them, along with the military base, a group out of the military base next door at in Vienna there in Liberty. And after that was the end of it.
Another possible theory is that the UFO was a top-secret experimental aircraft from nearby Youngstown Air Reserve Base.
There's no indication, evidence, or record of any kind that would indicate there were any experimental Department of Defense aircraft operating here. I can't, speak for other people who say they may or may not have seen something.
I know this guy too. He's passed away now, but my mother actually worked with him because she was a nurse on the air base at one time, and she knew him. And he was like a high-ranking officer. And listen to how he explains this, you guys.
Operating here. I can't, speak for other people who say they may or may not have seen something. What I can talk from with authority is what happened here at the base and what our involvement was, and there was apparently none.
If it was a plane, it was some kind of new plane, because I've never heard a plane that doesn't make a sound.
These policemen and the citizens who were looking at this are not trained observers to look at the night sky either from a standpoint of stars and planets or meteors or fireballs. And they simply made a mistake. They saw something spectacular. It looked spectacular. They equated it with something unknown, and the first thing that popped into their mind was the term UFO.
15+ people did that, right?
And so, no, I don't question their sincerity. I just question the fact that they're reporting something and believing it to be something that it's not.
I'm not saying what I saw was a spaceship from outer space, okay? What I'm saying is I saw an object that was not normal for this area. It gave off an intense light. It shut my cruiser off, including my radio. I lost contact with the 911 center, and it didn't make any noise. It's something that I've never seen before. I've never encountered before, and I haven't encountered it since.
I do believe that they saw something. I don't believe that it was a star. There was something there. What I walked away from that night was a feeling that this was a lot bigger than just a couple people saying they saw a light in the sky. And it made us think maybe a small place like Trumbull County could have something big happen occasionally too.
That was it for our little
Start off by telling
experience,
me your
but that's
name
what
and
happened.
A little bit about your career in the Navy.
My name is Ryan Graves. I was
Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Yes. Yeah, when supposedly the story is with Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is that when Roswell happened, the crash at Roswell, they took that whole whatever was there, that all that crash and stuff, they took it to that base. and had some of the stuff in Mexico at or not Mexico, but what is that place? Area 51. But everything was taken from there supposedly to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Hold on a minute. Let me show you something. And that's in Dayton. That's north from me. There were reports in the 80s of a convoy of semis, 3 of them, flatbed semis, driving from the Mexico area to here in Ohio with very, very, very large things on the back of these flatbed vehicles, okay, with tarps pulled over top of them. You couldn't tell what they were. They were just huge, monstrous-sized things. And that people saw them on the freeway, Route 76, all the way down, I think 88, all the way up through, but nobody could ever see what it was. Hold on a minute here. I gotta make sure it's something I can show you. Excuse me. Sorry about that, guys. Riddler, there you are. We were just asking about you, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight, my friend. It's great to see you, bro. I think this is it here. Nope, I can't show you that because it's the damn History Channel. Wait a minute. Wish I could show you the History Channel. Oh, this is one thing I can show you from there. Great to see you, Riddler. Been a long time, bro. Appreciate you dropping by. Hey, Star. We miss you too, bro. Seriously. We were just talking about you the other night. Hoping that she was okay. Willie was asking about you too. Thank you again for the super chat, bro. Appreciate that very much. This is not what I want you guys to see. I was trying to show you. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. That's not what I was trying to find. Where the hell is it? There's this. Hold on. This story came out 9 years ago. I heard a rumor about this, but you think what you believe what you want. I don't know. This went through a local news agency too. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that very much. I can't tell right now who got it, but very much appreciated. So, whoever got that, congrats. And again, thank you, Riddler. I appreciate you, bud, very much. All right, here we go. Absolutely, Riddler.
My 8-year-old grandson, and his eyes are full of tears, and he said, "This is the worst day of my life."
The Hill family is still processing what happened.
We had been on a spring break vacation and stopped at the Dayton Air Museum on the way home because my grandson's 8 years old and he wanted to see the Wright brothers playing because that's what they've been studying.
Congrats, Betty.
Alice and grandson Aaron were playing a game in the museum parking lot, looking at all of the out-of-state license plates on their way inside.
He's very excited. Look at where all these people have come from. They're from Alaska, they're from Texas, they're from Georgia.
But on their way out, the family van was pulled over.
And I'm looking in my side view mirror to see him step out of his vehicle behind the door.
Have a great night,
with his
brother.
gun drawn, pointing it at me.
Alice and Wendy were talked out of the car at gunpoint, cuffed, and put in the back of police cruisers.
My grandchildren are screaming. They are hysterical. They saw the gun.
My 5-year-old daughter asked if is grandma going to get shot.
Hours later, they were told someone called 911, said the family was witnessed burglarizing cars in the parking lot.
And now he says, your plates are stolen. What?
So all we can offer at this point is our apologies. And we've done that with the Hills. We've also offered them the opportunity to bring the family out to the base and to meet security forces members.
Today, the base says their police were just doing their job.
Our security forces, based on limited information, made a high-risk traffic stop, and they believed that was a stolen vehicle based on the information that they received.
Very pretty. Still, the Hill family feels vulnerable and questions why this happened.
My son doesn't trust police officers now. He views them as the bad guy.
So the story that was told was because they were looking at license plates and there were vehicles that were there supposedly from out of state. They would belong to high-ranking military people. They didn't want anybody looking at those license plates. That's why that all happened, supposedly. That's the story I was told, but I don't know. UFOs originate from Antarctica. Reason we have a treaty with multiple countries. It's a hoax. Okay. Have a good night, Miss Carolyn. All right, guys, it is 12:16 a.m. I think that's going to do it for tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the story about what the hell am I doing here? The story about the triangle. We're going to get more into that down the road, but I think that's going to do it for tonight. I'm tired. It's been a long day. So I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Thank you to anybody that made the donations. Like I said, those are going directly towards Mr. Caden's prom stuff this year. So, Andy, thank you for the idea. Allison, if you're still here, thank you for pushing the idea. And all you guys, thank you for supporting the idea. Of course, the mods, you're amazing. You do amazing things. Again, Betty, thank you for your donation. Again, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this at all. I hope it was interesting, at least. And we'll be doing more of it. It just gets better and better. I'll probably see you guys sometime tomorrow, early afternoon, and we'll pick up where we left off. So I hope you guys have an awesome rest of your night. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are the beautiful people. Much love to you all. Have a great night, guys, and God bless. See you soon. Bye-bye.